Alright. Hello, friends! I'm back with some more Punishing Grey Raven. This time, we're going to be doing another new chapter. This one is a side story chapter called Deceivers Rapture, featuring Lilith Daemonissa. But before... Oh, wait, what's that? I'll look at that later. Saw something on my Twitch thing. Anyway, but actually, before we get into Deceivers Rapture, there's something else. I learned that apparently there's a, hidden extra stage here in, there's a hidden extra stage in Wither to Shine with achievements that I didn't get. So we're gonna do that. And I learned, so the way that you do this basically is you have to clear it 3 times, and every time you have to die during the second phase, at least once. I don't think any of the actual text is different. So we're gonna fight Chaos 3 more times. Huh?
This is the Mickey gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad.
Ow!
You're done. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Mickey gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad. Horizon end. Don't blink. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge?
It's actually not too bad if I get hit by anything.
Embrace it. This is the miracle who gave it another try.
Because I do want
Seems
to
like nothing has changed.
die during phase 2. I wonder who does the voice for Chaos.
Come to hell with me. Don't do. Not bad.
Now I'll let her kill me.
Perish here.
Come on.
I look forward to it. I did not see that coming. Are these your memories? Or are there more than just your memories?
Let's find out.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucia. My frame designation is BPL-01, Lotus, and I'm also the team leader of Grey Raven.
My name is Lee. Frame designation BPN-06. Hail 5.
My turn. My name is Liv. Support type.
Is that all you've got, Lucia?
I'm fine. Keep Commandant safe. A group photo? To mark the occasion?
Why would you want to do that?
I'll help you finish what comes next. No redemption. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Yours is just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you could give it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Do not. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Mickey gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Face the civilization behind me.
Do not. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Mickey gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
At any cost, this won't be the real ending.
It's just a small gift.
No miracles.
Not bad. I will go first, like always.
Lucia! At any cost.
I didn't realize it before, but she summons a clone of Lucia at that point. It's that like a shadow.
Your death not bad. I will go first, like always. It's just a small gift.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Face the civilization behind me.
Not bad. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle who gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Alright, rest now.
The dark corners disperse. I see a new story. Everything will be all right.
And then again, I'm pretty sure the story part is just the same. Now we have to do it again.
Humans, civilization.
Because we have to do it 3 times to get all the achievements.
I won't let you hurt them.
Story. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle who gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad.
Ah!
Not this big. Don't worry. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift.
Horizon,
It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Miku gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad. No.
Actually, not sure I know. Is that...
Would
like,
you
what's
like
that
to see
red
something
bar?
beyond your scope of knowledge?
Oh wait, I might have seen that in like a side questing mode.
eternal flame.
It's like a rage mode.
Embrace it. This is the Miku gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad. I will go first, like always. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Miku gave it another try, and it seems
Hi,
like nothing
Aspra.
has changed.
How are you? I am soon going to be going through another Punishing Grey Raven story chapter, but I learned that there's a part of the chapter I did last time that I missed. So I'm actually gonna do that first.
Come to hell.
And in order to do it, I have to redo the boss fight
Not bad.
and die 3 times.
Perish here.
I look forward to it. I did not see that coming.
Wait. Oh wait, did I do the wrong one? I did the wrong one. Fuck. It's like this special second stage. I did the wrong one. And yeah, that's Ishmael's signature move. It's interesting.
Humans, civilizations are precious. I won't let you hurt them.
It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. I will go first. Like always, it's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Miku gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
We know the... Maybe.
Horizon,
I feel like there's more than just one.
Your destiny is sealed.
Ah!
Don't worry. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not. It's just a small gift.
Mhm.
This is the Miku gave it another try. And it
There's a
seems
joke you
like
can make with that, but
nothing
you're gonna
has
hold
changed.
off on it. I've been there.
Not bad.
Holding off on a joke, I mean.
eternal flame. Undistinguished.
Ah.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? I will go first, like always. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the Miku gave it another try, and it seems like
I gotta get
nothing has
to
changed.
phase 2 before I die. Because then that's how you trigger the thingy.
Don't, not bad.
Hey!
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not that it's just a small gift. Embrace it.
Ow!
Come to hell with me.
Okay, now I can die.
Not bad.
Most of your jokes are lewd, so you're trying to hold some self-restraint. I mean, you don't have to hold yourself back too bad. I'm parrying her without even trying because of the damage over time effect. That's kind of funny.
Perish here.
Here we go. Back in the memory corridor.
No, that's not it. Could everyone please hold out the backs of your hands? Like this?
Either hand is fine, right?
This smiley face represents our belief that we will always be together, no matter what happens. It's a symbol that...
Did you see what was in the report just now?
I don't disagree with any of it. They're not trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
We only survived because we knew nothing. Commandant, the enemy is making a huge impact on our Inver devices.
Enemy pinned down.
Commandant, I'm ready.
I have seen the will you have demonstrated.
You were going to say, that chick's special, you heard people wanted to be eaten out, but that's ridiculous.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope?
Oh, I get it. Like, I heard people... I get it. I get it now.
It's just a small thing. Embrace it. This is the miracle we gave
It took me a second.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. There's
Ah!
a civilization behind me.
It's just a small thing. Embrace it. This is the miracle we gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
At any cost, this won't be the real ending. Commandant, at any cost, this won't be the real ending.
Would you like to see something beyond your
Ooh, that
scope
looked
of
kind of weird.
knowledge?
Kind of cool, though.
It's just a small thing. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. I will go first. Like always, it's just a small thing.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Leave the civilization behind me.
Not bad. Your destiny. Don't lose. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for.
Everything will be alright.
I've accepted the price you paid. Dawn is almost here.
The fact that this, like, I have to do this 3 times, and each one of them has, like, a different kind of experience, with different lines, makes me wonder if, like, because of how Ishmael seems to kind of, like,
Civilizations
Ishmael seems like she kind of
won't let you.
doesn't really experience time in the same way. So it's like, is she just, like...
Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for.
Is this, like... Does she have to go through it multiple times or something?
Like always, it's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Horizon end.
Don't, not bad. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Embrace it.
Huh?
This is the miracle you have been waiting for. We gave it another try, and it seems
Oh wait,
like
did I do the
nothing
wrong
has
one again?
changed.
Okay, no, I didn't. I think I did it right. Okay.
Not bad.
Ah!
Eternal flame! Undistinguished!
Don't blink.
Ah!
I will go first, like always. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not bad. I will go first, like always. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the we gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Come to hell with me.
Okay, kill me again.
Perish here.
Last time.
Lucia était gentle. 我还不能放弃。I entrust the hope to you, Lucia.
All I need to do is sustain the mind connection and take one more step further. Who the hell are you?
Okay, let's go together. Until we find help. Until you're safe. Commandant, I'm so happy to have walked this long path with you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Give me your power.
No miracles.
Is sealed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Not bad. Story is new. I will go first. Like always, it's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Leave the civilization behind me. Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Leave the civilization behind me.
Embrace it. This is the we gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Do not resist. Don't. It's not bad.
Oops.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge?
At any cost, this won't be the real ending.
We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
No redemption.
Not bad.
Lucia! At any cost, this won't be the real ending.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Do not. It's just a small gift.
One more time. Dawn is almost here.
accepted the price you paid. It's about to end.
Okay. There we go. All of the achievements. Now, we can move on to the new chapter. So this is a side story chapter featuring Lilith. I already feel like it's gonna have a very different vibe. Alright. Croupier, tailor, assassin, spy. The girl tilts her head as she softly calls out the shopkeeper's name. The layout here differs from other parts of Los Prados. The low, antique row houses conceal their tranquility beneath dark stonework, like modest accents to the golden city beyond the horizon. Swirling snowflakes weave together into a downy blanket, absorbing even the faintest sounds into pure whiteness. The world here is suspended, dreamlike in its stillness. The girl in the lavish gown gently pushes the door open, its hinges swing through an exaggerated arc. Wind chimes tremble with a clear, crisp sound as the cold draft sweeps through the hall. Oh, you're right. Sorry, She spreads her fingers slightly and instinctively brings them to her lips, seemingly surprised by this small mishap. She firmly grips the brass handle and pulls it inward, feeling in the room's warmth. Welcome to Rosewater Tailor Shop. Ooh, he kinda... I've seen a new man for 0.2 seconds, and... and I'm already like, ooh. There you are, Eleanor. The meticulous groomed man offers a subtle bow, welcoming his visitor into his establishment. Hello, Mr. Shopkeeper. Please, there's no need for such formality. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing you at this hour. How could Eleanor's visit to our regular business hours be considered a disturbance? Besides, creating custom tailored pieces for my clients is my personal interest. This must be another order for Madame Manzano, I presume. How is she doing? Is her business still thriving? He seems to realize his small talk sounds somewhat stilted, prompting an awkward smile. As you can see, making a living with needle and thread leaves me little opportunity to frequent entertainment venues. The situation over there, I can only ever learn about it through my customers' conversations. It's alright. This city wasn't built entirely for card games. There will always be those like you, Mr. Shopkeeper. People who take more pleasure in life's quiet routines than in chasing endless profit. The girl steers their conversation with impeccable grace. My aunt is doing well. You see, the order I've brought today is a gift she prepared for herself. The man known as the shopkeeper maintains a relaxed expression, yet a barely perceptible flicker of unease passes through his eyes. Oh? Let me guess. A collar piece? A cloak? No. It must be a hat decoration yet, right? The girl doesn't respond. Instead, she pulls a silk-bound parchment scroll from her handbag. Though an outdated recording method, it hardly seems out of place in this shop that still uses carbon granule telephones. When it comes to my aunt's tastes, well, no one understands them quite like you. So I'm wondering if this girl, Eleanor, is Lilith? Or just someone who looks like her. Because she does look a lot like Lilith. Probably before becoming a construct, of course. She unrolls the scroll on the glass counter. The sharp-looking middle-aged man adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses with a slight push of his knuckle as he reviews the items listed in the order. 8-inch crocheted lace handkerchief, feather accessories. You're here at just the right time. A fresh batch of top-quality materials just arrived for the early winter. While conversing with his visitor, he searches through the cabinet for a wooden box containing feathers. Then, he pulls out a narrow purple box, proudly displaying its contents to his visitor. Sourced from blackbird habitats in the southern peninsula of Lox Prados, these are nothing like the bionic feathers you see everywhere. And even the goldfinch, which never visits this inland region, even during migration, our shop has managed to collect feathers from this rare creature as well. Here you are. If you have any additional requirements, feel free to let me know. The girl's gaze lingers on the blackbird feather, its silk-fine barbs clinging to a dark blue-black shaft. Even summer mosquitoes are extinct. Being able to collect bird feathers from the forest is a true luxury. The girl's expression flickers with a subtle hint of surprise. Everything that allows us to reach the stars comes from the Earth itself. Before we set foot among the cosmos, isn't preserving our homeland's treasures in our memories the best way to honor her? He gently picks up the feather resting on velvet, examining it carefully for a moment. Look at me, going off on tangents again. After carefully replacing the blackbird feather in its case, the shopkeeper, suddenly aware of his impropriety, redirects his attention to the girl. I'll take this one. The style is the same as usual. She quickly returns to her usual smile. Great choice. As for the matching lace fabric, let me get some samples from the storage room for you to choose. Thank you. Would you like something to drink? The weather has been terribly cold lately. I prepared some black tea in the lounge area. Sugar cubes and maple syrup are on the table. Help yourself. Following the shopkeeper's gaze, the girl notices a low tea table newly added to one side of the shop, with an elegant metal teapot that looks almost like a decorative display piece. Mr. Shopkeeper certainly thinks of everything. As I always say, everyone should frequent little shops like this more often. Madre, Zero Energy Cowboy, Lucky 38. Forget tourists. Even the locals spend all day in those colorful casino halls. Hunger can be satisfied at all-you-can-eat buffets, of course, but none of those places have the hot drinks you prepare, Mr. Shopkeeper. She acts as though pleasantly surprised, shedding her reserve to lavish praise on the shopkeeper's kindness. The girl declined his offer of tea, instead wandering around the shop examining everything. Come to think of it, I hadn't noticed before that you installed a new workbench outside the counter, Mr. Shopkeeper. She takes her position at the angled wooden counter. Some customers' requests require little effort, adjusting stitches, trimming fabric, or simply reattaching a cufflink. At times like this, I work more like a street cobbler. I can solve your needs right here at the counter, and you can be on your way without wasting a moment. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm fades slightly, and the girl keenly catches his brief but unnatural hesitation before he responds. Speaking of time, I suppose you'll need to leave early for the evening banquet. Just a moment, I'll go get the lace samples. Clearly uninterested in further conversation, he turns toward the shop's storage room. Click. That's a sound he couldn't mistake. The flip-top workstation creeps open, resting lightly against the elegant wall decoration. His nerve endings scream in alarm. The girl pulls out a pair of silver long-handled scissors from under the table, the sharp blades slicing through the air. His ears catch the heavy, muffled thud that follows. You... Then comes the dull pain, spreading through the body like ink dripping into blood vessels. But foam already bubbles in the shopkeeper's throat, drowning his vocal cords in the dark red liquid gushing forth. Shh, Mr. Agent from Pollard. At least your disguise was convincing. Embroidery scissors, long-handled shears, buttonhole cutters, serrated scissors. You went through all that trouble collecting such fine tools. Never imagined they'd be used like this, did you? Hot, wet liquid stains the double-breasted vest crimson, while the black suit jacket has fallen to the floor during his struggle. His tensed, blood-filled muscles stretch the fabric of his shirt, revealing a robust physique that contradicts his craftsman persona. Okay, why are they making him hotter as he's being murdered? Also, yes, we love murderous women, especially when they're like wearing fancy dresses, right? Ugh, I love it. My friends and I have like mentioned this a lot, but they like to talk about how I have a bit of a soft spot for women who are unhinged and also beautiful. Dangerously, I guess the femme fatale type. Yeah, man gets stabbed. Wow, look at the well-defined chest on this man. The chest that just got stabbed. These scissors entered through your right coastal arch. By all accounts, they should have only pierced your spleen. But thanks to the blade's length, that heart in your chest also gets to experience its sharpness. That's why people wanted to fix Azula from Avatar. Oh, they can't. They can't. A sound like crushed grapes escapes from the shopkeeper's mouth, the flowing liquid resembling nectar brewed deep in his trachea. They could fix Zuko, but they can't fix Azula. You say can't, most people here not yet. Well, they can hear whatever they want. Oh my. Can't speak anymore. Seems I accidentally pierced your lungs as well. So filthy. How undignified. Even my clothes are... Well-trained instincts finally override his shock. The shop owner steadies himself, veins bulging as his hands plunge toward the small figure in the lavish dress before him. Trying to get my dress dirty too? Don't be so stingy now. The girl nimbly dodges to one side, letting the dying man's final struggle waste away in the meaningless momentum. You're pretty sure I have some male characters that I tried to fix? I mean, maybe a little. But I would say, normally, I tend to prefer guys that, at least on the surface, seem more put together than I am. So it's less that I want to fix them and more that I hope they'll fix me. And yeah, don't dirty her dress. It was Versace. It's Gucci. Blood on my Valentino white bag. I spilled blood on your Valentino bag. You spilled blood on my... You want to be made worse and make them worse? I'm sure you can do that. Listen, okay, yeah, you're right, throwback, but listen. In my brain, dead memes are never dead. Memes live forever. His limbs still twitch, but the body lying on the peachwood floor no longer contains life. Looks to Yuki Terumi from Blaze Blue. Oh, okay, I get it. You're saying this is someone you want to make worse and be made worse by. Yes. I don't know Blaze Blue a whole lot, but I know Kira's played it a lot on stream. And I have like friends who've played it a bit, so I know kind of who that character is. Based on what I know, it seems like you'd struggle to make that guy worse. Just because, like, how does it get worse? You've got a list of mentally unstable husbandos and waifus. Relatable. Relatable. Definitely relatable. What a bother. More physical labor for me now. She holds the shopkeeper's hands, feeling rough calluses between his thumbs and index fingers. Hardened skin formed from years of handling firearms. Then she skillfully drags the corpse to the storage room behind the counter. That cramped, lightless space contains all the shopkeeper's secrets, but the assassin no longer needs to verify them one by one. The girl raises her right index finger, using her nail to trace an incomplete arc and cross in the darkness. For Yuki Terumi, he cut off Ragna's arm, burned a church, killed a nun, turned Jin into a sociopath, started multiple wars, and killed Kokonoe's mom. You know, just guy things. Yeah, just guy things. Men will burn down a church and kill a nun before going to therapy. Crazy. She leaves the room, gently locking the door behind her. Oh dear. How did I still get my sleeve stained with filth? Burning down a church is less expensive. Yeah, I guess so. As long as you don't have to pay a fine for arson. Her voice carries nothing but surprise and regret. The crimson stains, now drying between folds of dark purple fabric, become impossible to discern. The arterial blood splatter is surprisingly near. The girl quickly cleans the floor with hydrogen peroxide wipes from her handbag. Moments later, it's as if nothing has ever happened in the shop. She kind of looks like Herta if she goes to Sunday service. I see that. After confirming everything has been taken care of, the girl returns to the main shop from the hidden room. Mr. Shopkeeper! Mr. Shopkeeper! Mr. Rosewater? The girl stands between the workbench and display case, tilting her head as she softly calls out the shopkeeper's name. The echo chamber of metal and pure wood remains utterly silent. How thoughtless of me, expecting a shop to be open on Christmas Eve. Then I should... I almost forgot. She examines the treasure on the counter, noticing faint crimson streaks running through the black feathers. Not that Aunt would mind. After all, a blackbird's true colors are black and red. Besides, she'll also bring back the classified dossier from the workstation as a gift for Aunt, won't she? I'll take the sample. As for the lace, we'll discuss that later. The girl slips the purple slender box into her handbag, then lifts her gaze toward the street beyond the display window. Snow conceals the true color of the row of low buildings, and she knows that beyond the horizon, The city center presents an entirely different scene. The falling snow traces delicate diagonal lines, like celestial ladders inviting people into a world of pure white. Under Babylonia's dome, I might see living birds again. At least that's what Aunt promised. She gently strokes the curtains, causing the tassels to scrape against the glass with a delicate tinkling sound. Then the girl leaves the shop. Well, just witnessed a murder. Turning past the alley by the tailor shop, the street scene suddenly opens up. The falling snow has ceased. Stylish decorations and signs adorn the buildings, yet the scattered pedestrians refuse to linger and admire them. They are eager to return to the warmth indoors, to enjoy their feast of turkey and eggnog. Some, however, appear to be in rather undue haste. A figure collides with her head-on, nearly sending the girl tumbling to the ground. The package in the newcomer's hands falls onto the street. Sorry. I should be the one apologizing. I was completely distracted while walking. Lowering herself into a poised crouch, she gathers the leather folio from the floor. Her peripheral vision catches the gold-stamped pattern of the package. Rosewater Limited, established 2132. Your things. Are you hurt? No, thanks. She swiftly accepts the offered package with a curt word of thanks. Merry Christmas. Huh? Oh, Merry Christmas Eve. Even as she acknowledges the courtesy, the stranger remains shrouded beneath her hood, her face unreadable in the dim light. The intersecting paths diverge once more, their footprints forming two parallel lines in the snow. Huh. My dress got wet after all. The girl notices traces of melted snowflakes on the hem of her skirt, and mutters a complaint to herself. Oh no, she got snow on her dress. Yeah, there's just something fun about, like, women who are so pretty and dainty looking and can kill you. There's a webcomic that I read a while ago. I don't know if it's been canceled because it's been a long time since it updated. I heard the artist who was working on it was having health problems, but the main character of that one is like this very like cute, pretty, innocent-looking girl, and you spend like the whole first chapter thinking that she's like just a sad little ooh-woo victim, you know? And then at the end of chapter 1, she fucking like goes ham on these like undead monsters. It's very fun. And she spends like a whole lot of the series that I've read so far, like just, you know, leveraging her very adorable appearance. Alright. 8-shot revolver. 6 trigger pulls, 6 empty chambers. The answer was clear. Old Fred never should have raised a viper like you. He told me so himself before he died. Oh, God, forgive me. I mean, before he passed away. You murderous scum! Burn in hell! And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him, soft-hearted to his dying breath. If he weren't like that, he wouldn't have been wrapped around Felice's finger. Nothing but a leech sucking blood from a wild boar's hide. Even calling this toying with him would be giving him too much credit. As for that old bastard, absolutely disgusting. I'll spare him the lobotomy, but if a blade could carve into his brain and cut out those memories, I'd be more than happy to oblige. You all saw it? This person is cheating! This is your own damn incompetence. Stop blaming others. The rough shout yanks her from her thoughts. Her professional smile clicks on automatically. The argument grows quite intense, with both participants even knocking their chairs to the floor. Is there a problem, gentlemen? It's all right. Just speak to me like you usually do. The figure in the purple dress strides quickly to the table, her soothing words betraying a maturity that belies her youthful face. Both accusers freeze mid-sentence. Even the uninvolved players straighten up, their casual attitudes evaporating. Eleanor, let me explain. Usually we all bet about 2.5 times. What kind of person would bet 10 times in a game like this? Now that's what I call playing smart and dangerous. Maybe take some notes, rookie. Shut up! Spittle flies from his mouth, flecking the neighboring player's face before he suddenly hunches over, pivoting toward the girl beside him. Look, he never showed his cards. We all just figured the bastard got lucky and let it slide. Then comes the flip, and suddenly his pocket aces include the ace of hearts. That does sound like a rare good fortune. Which part of the game are you dissatisfied with, sir? The girl calmly intervenes in the dispute. These days, mechanoids handle all the dealing and shuffling. I know your equipment here is the most reliable. Look, I've played long enough to know every card that's hit the table. That bastard cheated. That's basic skills. Stop flaunting it. Cut to the chase. Don't play coy after cheating. You already pulled the ace of hearts once. How the hell does a perfect duplicate just appear? Such a cheap trick, and you still have the audacity to... His accusations are drowned out by the grumbling of surrounding players, eager to win big and fill their pockets, who can hardly tolerate such a waste of their time. We use the city's standardized arbitration system. If you don't mind, we can pull up this table's dealer records. I don't mind at all. My hands are completely clean. Let's do this and expose that bastard's true colors. Just a moment, please. Her fingers fly across the panel behind the mechanoid dealer. With a hum, a holographic replay of the entire game flickers to life above the table. The commotion attracts attention from neighboring tables, while the face of the player raising objections gradually contorts. The artificial construct circuits have clearly recorded every second of the game, with no evidence supporting his claims. There must be something wrong. Remember it crystal clearly. The other guests are eager to start a new round. I'm sure you understand, sir. If you'd like to investigate further, I can cash out your winnings now and we can continue this discussion in security. Her smile remains radiant, but the steel in her voice leaves no room for misinterpretation. He hesitates for just a moment, then backs down with a dismissive wave. Go ahead with your business, Miss Eleanor. I can handle things here myself. As the situation settles, the players start shouting at the mechanoid to shuffle the deck again, completely unfazed by how abrupt their shift in attitude is. The sharp sound of metal hitting the table quiets the crowd once again. Why don't we settle this the traditional way, shall we? He challenges his opponent, who had just won the previous round with a stroke of luck. His right elbow rests casually on the edge of the table, a revolver gripped tightly in his hand. Didn't expect your taste to be so antiquated. Some traditions are worth keeping, like human dealers. These machines took all the fun out of arguing with the house. Every fair game needs a referee, no matter what form it takes. I propose we let Eleanor load the bullets. What do you think? I have nothing to hide, nothing to fear. When the winner accepts the challenge, the room erupts in whistles and cheers, while the law protects the right to carry firearms. Such outlandish behavior is rarely seen in daily life. Eleanor's smile widens into an even more exaggerated arc. Ensuring the safety of our guests' lives and property is a fundamental principle of this establishment and all of Los Prados. As she speaks, she swiftly seizes the weapon from the challenger's hand, completely ignoring its owner's belated protests. Hey, you! Careful! That thing could easily... This is about my dignity, don't you? Don't worry. I'll finish this game for you. Letting a guest take part in such a dangerous duel is a serious lapse on my part, isn't it? Then the girl skillfully inspects the chamber and hammer, as if handling a child's toy. Her face lights up with pleasant surprise. A Copperfield Fosbury double-action repeating revolver. What a rare find these days. 8 chambers of .357 Magnum rounds. A meticulous recreation of vintage craftsmanship, designed exclusively for collectors, and deserving of equally exceptional rules. She speaks of it with intimate familiarity. The bulky revolver doesn't look out of place in her slender white fingers. Rather, it creates the impression that she is the weapon's rightful owner. Eleanor places the gun back on the table. You'll be loading 2 bullets, mister. This makes the chance of failure 1 in 4. With a curl of her lips, she unexpectedly raises the stakes of the game. The onlookers around the table gasp at the same time. Of course, I wouldn't dare ask our guests for anything as crude as money. If I'm fortunate enough to win, I only hope that you can fulfill one small wish of mine. What do you say? The scent of excitement electrifies everyone's nerves. The card players have thrown all thoughts of prize pools and strategies to the wind, their eyes firmly locked on the unfolding drama. No objections here. Let's do it. Please. She raises her pinky finger and elegantly grips the barrel, offering the handle to the challenger. The fidgety man snatches the weapon, slowly flips open the cylinder, and pulls out a handle of bright yellow bullets from his pocket with his left hand. He flicks the bullet into the air, then spins the curved cylinder, letting the rotating chamber catch the smooth, falling round. This small feat of dexterity earns another round of mocking cheers. I'll go first. Before his words even finish, he presses the gun barrel against his temple and savagely pulls the trigger. But the crowd's thirst for blood goes unfulfilled. The gunpowder explosion they were expecting didn't happen. The weapon malfunctions, seemingly due to a lack of lubrication. The mechanism engages, but the cylinder remains completely stuck. My, you're certainly impatient. No matter. It's only proper to let our guests go first. But since it's jammed, perhaps I should be the one to take the first shot. She takes the weapon from her opponent, noticing the grip feels oddly sticky to the touch. Well then, I'll begin. The briefly interrupted atmosphere of excitement flares back to life as she presses the barrel through her forehead, and with perfect composure, pulls the trigger. The ecstatic atmosphere freezes for an instant, then resumes its flow with the absence of any gunshot. Bet-calling, insults, indecipherable murmurs, and even disappointed wails all erupt uncontrollably from the crowd. Risk is the very essence of thrill, and this long-absent high-stakes showdown shatters the pretenses of normally dignified gamblers. A near-primal frenzy surges through the hall, bubbling to the brink of explosion. What a shame. It seems I survived. Well then, your turn, sir? With an innocent smile, she extends the revolver. The combination is enough to push the challenger's nerves to the edge. To push the challenger's nerves to the edge of hysteria. This is the turn of events he never saw coming. Eleanor is just a pampered rich girl who happens to know her way around a card table. How could she possibly be so adept at this kind of game? The delicate crescents of her smiling eyes curved like scythe blades. A fleeting thought that sent a chill down his spine. Okay, I'll do it. The judge's gavel hovers, poised for a verdict that never comes. Let's begin another round. Girl, challenger. Girl, challenger. Girl, challenger. 6 shots over in merely moments. Yet to the seasoned card player, it felt like a century had passed. Cold sweat now trickles down his face toward his neck. 6 trigger pulls, 6 empty chambers. The answer was clear. The revolver returns to Eleanor's hand, heavy with the weight of death itself. I withdraw my challenge. Did you hear me? I'm not playing anymore. Both bullets are in Miss Eleanor's hands. I'd say fortune favors her. Shall we call this her win? Heated arguments surge from all directions, only to be dispersed by the decisive word of the one controlling the game. That won't do, you know. Rules are the foundation of any game. They're not just casino protocol. They're my promise to all my guests. Promises are not to be changed on a whim. The scent of blood seeps into the air as the hall spirals into chaos. Oh, I forgot to mention something too. I never believe in luck. I only believe in probability. She raises the gun barrel to her forehead once more and pulls the trigger. The crisp strike of the hammer tears through the noise, replacing the chaos with an undisturbed, deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. The ear-splitting explosion everyone expects still hasn't arrived. The man across the table forces his reflexively closed eyes open. Seeing through the haze, Eleanor's mysterious purple hair and composed smile still intact. The girl remains unharmed. Her smile lands like a droplet in a still pond, sending ripples outward from the card table, spreading through the gathered crowd. The revolver is empty. He accuses others of cheating when he's the one cheating himself. That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes the bullet he tossed bolt back into the chamber. Even the one who had been making false accusations loses his composure, utterly shocked by this result that defies all logic. No need to be so harsh on this gentleman, everyone. The game isn't over yet. How can we jump to conclusions? She pulls the trigger again. In that instant, the hammer and cylinder nearly complete their tasks in unison. She's lost her mind! No, the cylinder is actually... But how did she... Maintaining such high spirits in the face of death, this behavior could certainly be called madness. Yet every movement of the girl is measured and deliberate, as if she refuses to tarnish her status as the owner of the establishment. The sound of the hammer striking an empty chamber rings out again, unsurprisingly, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. With pleasure, what pleasure is there in a game you know you'll win? I've completed the final shot, it seems. I'm the survivor. I was supposed to be entertaining my guest, yet I went ahead and won our duel. But you'll forgive me, won't you, sir? One of them was supposed to die. Setting aside the cheating, by the game's rules, both surviving should count as a tie. But the man across the table has lost the ability to speak. He just stares at his opponent, his every facial muscle pulling in a different direction, as if unsure what expression to wear. No, that's impossible. How did you know? Oh my. Are you confused, sir? She boldly flips open the revolver cylinder and dumps its contents onto the table. With two soft clinks, a pair of knuckle-sized metal cylinders come to rest among the playing cards. The spectators nearest to the duelists swiftly grab the cylinders, holding them up for a closer look at the evidence. He's the one who cheated! These are clearly two empty shells! You have the nerve to criticize me? You're nothing but a bluffing charlatan. He basks in the satisfaction of having reaffirmed his innocence, while the onlookers around him finally relax their tense nerves. Yet no one turns to the disgraced man. All eyes stay locked on the girl, as if she's the only one left standing in the spotlight. The standard Copperfield Fosbury double-action revolver weighs 56 ounces, 1,587 grams, unloaded. She knows people are desperate for an explanation. This gentleman has exquisite tastes. The embellishments on his gun are rather refined, with agate and diamond inlays on the grip and a gold-plated barrel. The unloaded gun weighs around 1,800 grams. The standard .357 caliber Magnum rounds are somewhat heavier than regular ammunition. To be precise, 15 grams per bullet. So, the total weight after loading 2 bullets should be 1,830 grams, or perhaps a bit more. But when you've only loaded 2 empty shell casings, the weight is practically indistinguishable from an unloaded gun. Her casual tone only brings about an even more profound silence. A skilled player can remember the whereabouts of every suit and every single card. Manipulating dice and such minor tricks are child's play to them. I merely picked up the basics of estimating measurements while working at the bar, just applying what I've learned on the fly. I am still nowhere near as skilled as you, my guests. She feigns embarrassment at her own display, offering a delicate bow to those seated on either side of the table. Well, what do you think now, sir? That's impossible! No one could be that perceptive, especially not some little girl! The exasperated man catches himself mid-sentence, swallowing the rest of his disrespectful remark. Oh, that was just a little playful banter to lighten the mood. You're absolutely right, sir. How could anyone possibly distinguish a mere difference of a few grams? This type of magnum is loaded with miniature high-explosive rounds, packing more gunpowder than usual. That's why they typically have flat tips. When I noticed you deliberately using that sleight of hand while loading, I had already figured out most of it. Flat-tipped bullets and empty shells are truly difficult to distinguish without careful examination. Still, your technique is quite skillful. You must have practiced it throughout your professional career. Whether he is a second-rate hitman or a third-rate private detective makes no difference to her. An opponent who willingly exposes their weaknesses isn't worth the effort. City guards! Where are the city guards? Get this disgraceful wretch thrown out of here! That's right! Don't spoil our fun! People begin shoving one another, only to freeze at the sound of metal striking the floor. The girl picks up the moon umbrella leaning beneath her chair and taps it against the floor, making everyone suddenly realize she hadn't come unprepared. No need to rush off just yet. Revealing the prize is the most enjoyable part of any game. Wouldn't you agree? As the winner, my wish is quite simple. This gentleman acted on impulse, and I kindly ask everyone to consider today's little drama water under the bridge. However, let baseless accusations go unchecked, and soon there are no rules. She tilts her head, her smile cutting like a scythe blade to the perpetrator. Since you're such a skilled veteran, mister, your judgment must be quite substantial. After all, an employer like yours wouldn't offer a low salary, would they? The girl utters cryptic words that only her target can comprehend. You... How did you... The man has abandoned all will to resist, his words spilling out instinctively from whatever thoughts formed in his mind. My goodness! Prying into a lady's secrets is rather discourteous, don't you think? Anyway, thank you, mister, for providing everyone with such an exciting match. It's been quite some time since I've had this much fun. The guests are still in high spirits, so today's drinks will be on you, mister. Before the man can even react, the hall bursts into cheers. He awkwardly forces a stiff smile, waving to acknowledge the people around him. The mechanical waiters glide through the crowd, their trays cutting slender paths like icebreakers through packed snow. Gossip, alcohol, and a high roller covering everyone's tab. Another night of revelry is in full swing in Los Prados. The girl had already vanished by the exit before the party even began. Throughout the entire encounter, she behaves as if unaware of the pair of eyes watching from the corner of the hall. Interesting, interesting. What a promising young talent. I know who that is. One Professor Kilgore Trout, a man who would later come to be known as Vonnegut. So or part of Vonnegut. But that makes me wonder, is this side story from the unchanged timeline or the changed one? Status update. According to surveillance data, Lucky 38's visitor count was higher than usual, so I went to inspect the main hall myself. And took care of a little dispute. Oh? Something serious enough to drag you out personally? Some mechanoids acting up again? I'm afraid it was something more serious than that. Get to the point. Although the perpetrator's handgun was modified, I can confirm it's a standard model from the Polaroid division of the Corono Intelligence Bureau. I'm not sure why he would deliberately expose his identity, but this means Corona's people are back. She switches off the communicator hidden under her hat brim and walks toward the high-rise apartment across from the parking lot outside the hall. So they've got something to do with Corono. And it seems like they're Corono's enemies? Alright. City and stars. Spotlights stain the early summer night sky in a mesmerizing brownish-purple hue. Section 1A/1. Introduction and Overview. 1A/1A. Repeal Article 1092 of the current Science and Technology Progress and Safeguard Act. 1A/1B. Human classification criteria shall derive solely from morphological, behavioral, and phenotypic markers. No governing entity may deny natural person status under any pretext of genomic sequencing. 1A/1C. Restrictions and discrimination against natural persons based on their genome or genetic profile, whether altered or not, are prohibited. 1A/1D. Human experimentation shall not be conducted for the purpose of obtaining biological materials or research data, nor using healing or benefit exchanges as incentives. 1A/1E. Modified natural person genomes, including non-human/artificial DNA, retain human classification. 1A/1F. No natural person or any part of their body may be owned by any individual or organization. 1A/1G. Human cloning is prohibited. Hi, Cole. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. I'm doing another story chapter in Punishing Great Raven. This is a side story chapter called Deceivers Rapture. It focuses on a character named Lilith, who has previously been an enemy. She's an ascendant who's been associated with Vonnegut's faction. She's been a boss before. Right now, it seems like we're learning a bit about her past. I think this part takes place while she's still human. I've gone through two scenes so far, and she's been all dolled up, all pretty, in like a nice, fancy dress, looking very cute and adorable. And in the first scene, she stabbed a guy in the chest with some scissors, and skillfully cleaned up his corpse. And then in the second scene, she settled a dispute in a casino with a game of Russian roulette, where she quickly determined that the person was cheating and was able to flaunt that pretty skillfully. So she's very, very sweet and innocent looking, but clearly not to be messed with. July 13th, front page headline of the Transatlantic Herald. The World Government Parliament passes the Human Right to Life and Biomedical Test Subject Protection Act with an overwhelming majority. And death row inmate human experimentation contract program is terminated. Progress always comes at a cost. That's old news, isn't it? It's just that our definitions of acceptable cost have never quite aligned. With such dismal results, your efforts were truly a waste of time. She browses through the news section on her handheld terminal, taking a light sip of the iced tea that her guest had eagerly volunteered to prepare. You've added a bit too much rum. The sweetness even overpowers the tequila's kick. If my niece were mixing this, she'd certainly add some white mint to salvage it. Her niece is Lilith, or as she's known now, Eleanor. I assume Eleanor is her real name and Lilith is an alias she adopted later. She sets the slender glass down, offering a dry critique. I even went out of my way to learn from a bartender friend. Perhaps you could consider it an experience of unique flavor. Wow, this guy just looks insufferable. Just like, I looked at him for 1 second and I was like, this seems like an annoying rich man. Oh. Oh, okay. 1 second. Sorry about that. I got a message. I've mentioned before that I'm in a writing workshop with some of my friends. And I just got a message that one of our members cannot meet on our usual day this week, so we'll be skipping. Anyway, you've been doing well, cooked up some dinner, and you're gonna try and work on some art. Ooh! Okay. I want to know what you had for dinner, and I want to know what you're gonna try to work on for art. I'm curious. The smooth-talking blonde man blinks. Speaking of which, you came up from the Lucky 38 casino. Have you already met my niece? From what I know, your people had some issues with her. Since when did Pollard Agency operatives get this careless, exposing their identities in public of all places? Just a bit of necessary misdirection, since that private detective we recruited is playing the conspicuous fool. I can move freely while blending into the crowd. Of course, your sharp-eyed niece still saw through it. Besides Eleanor, I doubt anyone else would have recognized what was so special about that revolver. This kind of verbal sparring is more of a customary greeting between them before they get down to business. In the end, Corono just doesn't buy into Project Eden's feasibility. Of course, the zero-point engine has been proven theoretically, so successful experiments are just a matter of time. But the colony ship's ecological life support, nobody's ever guaranteed that. Initial population, reproduction modules, shipboard ecosystems, too many variables. Picture this, a colossal ship with limitless energy, taking a decade just to hit 25% light speed. Sadly, she had barely left the Oort cloud before the passengers on board drowned in their own excrement and carbon dioxide. Whoosh! The ghost ship speeds onward toward its new homeland. With a rather twisted sense of humor, he hooks his thumbs and gestures with both hands to mimic a pair of wings. The hostess forces a hollow chuckle through her nose. Is that why you've pinned your hopes on human augmentation? Exactly, but the media are such a hassle. Originally, Corono provided compensation to the families, and the death row inmates voluntarily signed up as test subjects. It was clearly a win-win situation. Yet exposés keep popping up in the papers, claiming we mistreat death row inmates. I've drafted several public safety information control acts, but unfortunately my Parliament colleagues lack the necessary awareness. The details mentioned in this report by your dear friends in the media seem far more dramatic than a mere scandal. An explosion recently occurred at a secret research facility under the Corono Group, accelerating the deliberation and voting process for related legislation. Monzono picks up her datapad again, scrolling through the screen while quoting the news in a decidedly sarcastic tone. The path to becoming gods is a dead end, so we're left to live out our mortal lives. In the end, your stance is won, former director of the North American Institute of Ecological Sciences. After all, the human body has its limits. It seems we have no choice but to follow your vision and launch the Cradle, with its self-sustaining ecosystem, into the stars. You made grilled coconut curry chicken with a side of cauliflower rice, and you'll be working on a new profile pic. Ooh, fun! Good luck! I also had chicken, but unfortunately it wasn't my favorite kind of chicken. Sometimes my parents make these, like, chicken kebabs, and I'm just not a huge fan of them. The blonde man takes the loss in stride. He even offers compliments in response. There's a part of me that is like wanting to make myself a turkey and cheese sandwich. Yeah, Ash Frost, rich mommy. This is Madame Manzano, Eleanor's aunt. These days, people just call me the mogul of Los Prados. Thank your brother and his wife for dropping dead. You, as Eleanor's guardian, clean up nicely. She gets the inheritance, you get the territory. Everybody wins. You're here to skew a budget for Corona. You really don't know your place. Come on, no need to be so harsh. I need your help this time. Though New Neelis Air Force Base has been repurposed as Los Prados Spaceport, its surrounding infrastructure still houses military, industrial, and launch facilities. 32nd Generation Space Environment Simulator has been validated at Skilkovsky Aerospace City. But even if a colony ship can linger in deep space, the longevity of a functional human society within its ecosystem remains an open question. Corona has gotten where they are today by following one principle: never putting all their eggs in one basket. I'm getting more British as this voice goes on. The Institute's expertise is the key, and the Air Force Base's facilities are the keyhole. Let's turn the lock and reopen Project Bokonon, and weave a new future for the far-sighted, Madame Manzano. The man's voice swells with his enthusiasm, his invitation morphing into a fervent pitch. Since when did you pick up this bad habit of discussing business without bringing money? Where's the budget? A retort cuts to the chase. Years ago, Corona axed Manzano's project, diverting their resources to their so-called next big thing, starving the North American Ecological Science Institute of funds. Pumping endless resources into improving the life support systems? That's just delusion. Oh, you're gonna be lurking? Okay. Have fun doing art, Cole. But yeah, there's a part of me that's thinking about making a turkey and cheese sandwich. Maybe if I get hungry while I'm playing tonight, I'll take a break and go make myself one, assuming we still have turkey and cheese. I hope we do. I hope the cheese hasn't gone bad. Humans are not sending themselves to outer space. They are bringing the Earth's ecosystem there. That was your line when you shuttered our institute. So Corona's new plan is rounding up death row inmates, hoping to cook up superhumans who could survive deep space. Don't you find it laughable? I get your frustration. That's why we've secured an unlikely backer. Should I call him a man of the hour? Anyway, he still has some business to attend to, and is expected to visit Los Prados in October to discuss further project details with you. Manzano slams her glass against the table in displeasure. Jokes stop being funny when they bounce. You want to know what happens to those who write checks but they can't cash? Take a stroll through the cemetery on the outskirts of town. I'm merely a public servant who happens to occupy a seat in the World Government Parliament. Powerless, without influence, and completely clean. Being a messenger is the extent of what I can do. As for the nightlife of Los Prados, it remains as exhilarating as ever. He changed the subject. They say even old Copperfield raves about the summer light shows. Since I'm here, I might as well see what the fuss is about. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. The blond man flicks his bangs aside with exaggerated flair, then straightens up from the plush leather sofa. Let it be. For the sake of our years of working together, here's a little reminder. The city guards here are all former veterans of Corono's armed division. If you want a peaceful vacation, better not stir up trouble. Rest assured, Madam Mogul, I've always been forthright, never defer payments, and don't play petty tricks. He turns away from the hostess by the floor-to-ceiling window, raising an okay gesture toward the air. Ah, you must be Miss Eleanor. What a coincidence. Have you finished dealing with all the trouble? A peculiar figure in the violet dress. No, a petite figure in a violet dress approaches from the opposite end of the corridor. Are you a guest of my aunt's? I apologize for subjecting you to such a spectacle. No, no, no. I should be thanking you, miss. Such a spectacular roulette duel. It's the first I've witnessed in my entire life. I still have matters to discuss with her, Cathart. The clear dismissal echoes from the other side of the room. This is the first time Monzano has addressed him directly by name. I'll leave you two alone then. Good night, ladies. The man briskly walks toward the end of the hallway, tactfully closing the door behind him. Is there a chance he's eavesdropping? By the sound of his footsteps, he hasn't gone far. He's well aware of the surveillance everywhere, and wouldn't be foolish enough to make that mistake. Monzano tilts her chin toward the terminal on the table. Just as you instructed, Aunt, Las Pradas' resources are about to be redirected to your old project, aren't they? I have no doubts about his proposal itself. What's suspicious is what happened to you earlier. An off-the-books detective from the Pollard agency working with a Corono-affiliated counselor. That's a clear violation of the group's confidentiality protocols. And that old man, he's got deep secrets. He almost never brings in outside investors. The memory uploading and human modification research has just encountered setbacks, and then ecological sphere research is abruptly restarted. This is far too coincidental. The girl stands quietly by the sofa, then, as if suddenly enlightened, gives the hostess a knowing smile. I remember you often told me to examine things with proper scrutiny, yet seize opportunities when they rise. The girl cautiously offers a suggestion, but Monzano wastes no time seizing control of the conversation. A lucky hand might seem like pure chance at first, but once you run the numbers, it becomes clear. It's most likely a trap set by your opponent in cahoots with the dealer. However, even a temporary advantage can become a turning point. The key is seizing it at the right moment. Well, you can't play the counterattack without holding the right cards. Yes, a manipulated game carries risk, but the payout is correspondingly unmatched. I don't recall asking for your advice. Monzano cuts off the girl who was agreeing with her. No offense. I shouldn't have said that. Truth is, we won't know if this is Corono's internal power struggle or just some money grab, unless we dance with the devil ourselves. Besides, this might be our last chance to revive Project Pokénon. She conceals any ripple of emotion in her voice as she gently turns to gaze at the light outside the window. Neon casino signs, scattered with deliberate artistry, punctuate the gaps between opulent buildings. Spotlights stain the early summer night sky in a mesmerizing brownish-purple hue. Here, The game is the one true law. Since the establishment of the world government, the end of history seems to have become nothing but a fallacy. Humans fanatically push everything to the extreme. Energy, engineering, biology, as if the world would end if they didn't build the Tower of Babel in just 7 days and nights. Maybe it was that restless hunger that made me refuse Fred and Joyd Corono. May he rest in peace. The woman deliberately glances toward Eleanor, only to find her expression as calm as ever. She doesn't restrain her emotions, but continues her impassioned commentary. And Los Prados is the ultimate entertainment. Humans are bizarre creatures. The further reason takes them, the wilder their release. Resources from the City of Sin, now fueling the pursuit of the unknown. How ironic. I won't waste this opportunity. I've always been curious. If I may ask, Aunt, what exactly does Bokonon mean? It's supposedly from a book the old man greatly admired. Too bad the author was a deranged mad doctor. Corona's people are always speaking in these cryptic, mystical ways. Disgusting as always. I prefer calling my life's work by its most straightforward name. Eden Type 3 Colonial Ship. Her gaze drifts past the tightly packed buildings beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Eleanor knows the woman's thoughts are fixed on a place somewhere in the northern suburbs beyond the city. New Nielis Air Force Base, where humanity, poised to step proudly into the stars, is forging its own safety net. Traces of the biting wind blades carving away for thousands of years cover the exposed rocks. The fortress facility, half hidden by snow and mountain, stands as the only mark of civilization in this far northern land. Is this the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution? The man steps from the helicopter's rear cabin into the snowstorm, removes his eye mask, and gazes at the mountain range behind him with admiration. Huh, I think this fits the researcher as well. A well-groomed gentleman steps onto the platform from the landing pad's suspended stairway. I've long heard of your reputation, Mr. Godwin. I also caught wind of the recent news, a mere laboratory accident. Yet those mediocre minds who had their eyes on your project all along seized the opportunity to make a fuss and even put an end to all your efforts. Fortunately, you had the right people backing you, ensuring that a pioneer like yourself wouldn't be cast aside so easily. Sample C-Bree-103, lost in the explosion, is now in the hands of the one who sent me to meet with you. He asked me to assure you, your work will not be seized by the 4 major powers under the world government. I have no intention of hearing any more about the Queen Bee Project or any other nonsense. The old man's obsession with those lunatics killed the dream of transcending flesh. They derailed the project worse than the media ever could. My boss knows this. We believe space demands enhancing a human's adaptability through mechanical modification, not those misguided delusions like mind fusion. Here you'll have full support. My boss sends his regards. A name you might recall. He hands over a sleek, minimalist business card. Godwin accepts it with a cursory glance. Is it that Dr. Ryder who was in the news? Even someone like me who spends all their time in the lab has heard something about it. I heard that they pushed patients to kill themselves. Well, only some wealthy eccentric with such twisted proclivities would be willing to fund such inhumane experiments. Godwin's mouth twists in a wry smile. Well then, I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again. He ducks into the helicopter Godwin just left, rotor-blown snow stinging Godwin's face. Feeling the chill, he wraps himself closer within the coach. So cold. The vast light years stretching between Earth and potentially habitable worlds feel like an endless winter. One humanity is doomed to never cross. But this time, humanity will make a true attempt to leave the cradle behind. This is also why he signed that suspiciously long contract and came here. Here, humanity will have the opportunity to take the ultimate step in evolution: immortality. Clang! As the black steel doors open, the sound of a rotating shaft brings Godwin back to reality. What he fails to realize is that the investor lurking in the shadows has already arranged every detail of the sifting operation. Godwin casts one last glance at the snowy mountains, then turns back and steps into the dark passage. I'm gonna be right back. I think I'm gonna get a sweatshirt again. I'm getting a little chilly. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Took me a second to find my sweatshirt. Alright. Cat and mouse. Like a precise mechanical clock, perpetually following its programmed instructions. Truly want to break free from conventions without hurting your loved ones, then at least you can pursue art. I'm not joking. Art isn't merely a way to make a living. God's sake, learn an art form. It makes your life more bearable, and who knows, it might even gradually cleanse your soul. Practice pen calligraphy on the backs of playing cards. Mix drinks with instant spirits. Tell stories, even terrible ones. Someday your friends will hear your fictional plots and believe them to be true. Do your very best, and you will discover traces of divine revelation and receive your ultimate reward. The reader closes the hardcover book, and a deathly silence falls over the gathering. A moment later, scattered applause rises, while the impatient audience members have already begun to stand up one after another. The banner for Theodore Anson Sterling's book sharing event still hangs overhead as the disappointed elite, who had leisure to attend such activities, file out through the archway of the makeshift lecture hall. The rental fee for this hotel's multi-purpose hall must be quite steep, no? Quite the ambitious venue for a debut authors event in Los Prados. Being nothing but an overworked voting machine is so tedious. As elected representatives, we have many ways to give back to society, such as making contributions to artistic and cultural initiatives. The event sponsor responds. Come to think of it, I recall you already made a business trip here in mid-July, shortly after the bill passed. Frequent visits to Los Prados. Are you in a hurry to court new sponsors? The middle-aged woman's words cut through the air with icy sarcasm. With Pillard's purse strings in your grip and Corono himself singing your praises. Well, I completely understand why a rising star would sneer at a washed-up nobody like me. At least you know your place. You see, idle hands need entertainment. I've been consuming so much literature lately that I could probably sweat ink. Writers are fascinating. Once they realize you've actually read their work, they'll confess everything from their childhood cats, cradles, games, to their first kiss. He lowers his voice mysteriously. Word has it that the inspiration for this new book came from a funeral Sturkin attended years ago. With your frivolous attitude, don't expect those pretentious literary types look down on you. Wow, can I read? How can you have a say if you don't experience it firsthand? Like that person on stage just now. I bet you've already seen his name in the news. Probably just some inconspicuous line in some tabloid. I've never had the leisure to subscribe to such things. Oh, I'm certainly not referring to that ridiculous name, Sturkin. According to the rumors I've heard in certain circles, that's just one of his many pen names. Congratulations on finding your new hobby, but I'm out of time. The two have already arrived at the hotel lobby, and the woman is clearly fed up with the endless rambling. It's fine. See you later, Ms. Palingoski. We'll continue our discussion next time. Suit yourself. After a perfunctory handshake, she glances at her wristwatch and turns to the vehicle waiting at the bottom of the gentle slope. The woman fails to notice that her cufflinks have been swiftly swapped. Contempt for this frivolous colleague has dulled her vigilance. The down-on-his-luck rider doesn't leave with the dispersing crowd, instead taking his place beside the blonde man. Thank you for your generous support. Not at all. Your new work is brilliant as always. When it's officially published, make sure to bring me a signed copy. He exclaims with genuine admiration. You flatter me. Oh, that reminds me. The fountain pen I borrowed during our last conversation. I've kept it close ever since. Now that we have a moment in private, I should return it to its proper owner. The counselor pulls a black and gold pen from his suit jacket pocket, its diamond embellishment unusually extravagant for a writing instrument. He deliberately caresses the prominent protrusion with his thumb before handing it to the writer. Thank you. If you'll pardon me, I have a meeting with Madame Monzano. I should take my leave. The vehicle leaves Los Prados' neon sprawl, heading toward the less bustling residential area. High-rises thin out, giving way to low-rise blocks. The woman picks up the microphone from the armrest and dials into the communication channel. As we feared, Kefard is handling funds of questionable origin. Should we activate embroidery scissors? After all these years, embroidery scissors may be rusty. I think we should give that girl he took with him back then a chance instead. A hoarse, deep male voice casually issues instructions from the other end. What do you mean, sir? We can write off embroidery scissors easily enough. But that girl's special. She's the last living candidate from the original batch. I'd say she's worth investing in. So we let her get close to Monzano? Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate embroidery scissors and Monzano will smell the threat immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. And by using Monzano's hand to eliminate embroidery scissors, that girl will have a chance to show what she's capable of. The man on the phone seems quite pleased with himself, while Pelenguski just silently listens to the instructions. Eleanor stands at the exit of the reception room, waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. Today is the day Kefart promised for the visit of new investors to the Boknon clan. A discreet black sedan arrives right on schedule. The girl escorts the emerging passenger indoors. Welcome to Los Prados. I'm Madame Monzano's niece, Eleanor. How may I address you, sir? Eleanor never doubts her memory. 3 months ago, the visitor standing before her had appeared in the entertainment hall. He had watched the entire roulette game from the corner. Just call me Trout. Mr. Trout. Ah, you must be that celebrated author everyone's discussing. And a notorious fugitive. Without wasting time on pleasantries, the visitor begins testing the girl's attitude. Those who live in the whirlpool of public opinion are always entangled with all sorts of rumors. Rest assured, sir, what happens in Los Prados stays in Los Prados, is this city's unwritten rule. I'm becoming more and more sure that this is meant to be a future Vegas. Never mind. Honesty works best with open-minded people. My personal hobbies have nothing to do with business, but I'm flattered a young lady knows my work. A small gift to commemorate our meeting, Eleanor. He emphasizes the words, token of our meeting. The man takes out a slender case and lifts the lid, revealing an elegant black and gold fountain pen, resting quietly on velvet. You flatter me, sir. She notices the visitor's gaze lingering on the diamond decoration of her pen, and perceptively examines the small protrusion herself, making sounds of admiration. Familiar footsteps draw closer, and a woman appears at the doorway of the reception room. By the time she sees Trout on the sofa, her professional smile is perfectly rehearsed. There were too many trivial matters at the casino that needed my attention, so I simply couldn't welcome you to the airport personally. This is my niece, Eleanor. Please forgive us for having a child receive you. Not at all. Such poise clearly reflects excellent upbringing. The man rises and bows, skillfully exchanging the pleasantries. Eleanor nods respectfully to her aunt, briefly bids farewell to the visitor, then leaves the reception room. Entering the hallway, she makes sure no one is around before taking out the pen, Gold filigree patterns converge at one end of the barrel, while a small diamond decoration emits an almost imperceptible green glow. Eleanor knows exactly what this is. She's more surprised that such primitive listening devices still exist in this day and age. Why Trout would present such a welcome gift remains completely unknown, but she knows she must seize every opportunity. More information means the advantage of the first move. She unscrews the diamond and places it against her ear canal, then gently pushes the pen clip. So, we let her get close to Monzano? Without the slightest interference, a clear female voice immediately responds. Based on the audio quality, Eleanor guesses that the device on the other end must be attached near the target's hand. Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate the embroidery scissors and Monzano will smell the threat immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. Once we're rid of that sanctimonious scum, things will be much easier. Imagine the scandal. A high society fatherless girl becoming the Achilles heel of a city's most powerful magnate. With Monzano backed into a corner, the girl finds her golden opportunity. The raspy male voice drips with smugness. Killing two birds with one stone. Pollard was a magnum opus of embroidery scissors, and you were his former apprentice. And now you're using others to eliminate your own master. I suppose that's the coming-of-age ritual in your line of work. Eleanor hears the woman's slight intake of breath. She seems to be brewing something inside, but after a moment she still responds with the same cold voice. I will ensure your instructions are properly conveyed. The conversation comes to an abrupt end. Christmas season has arrived again, but Eleanor knows her aunt is in no mood to celebrate. As she approaches the sweet doorway, she hears the rather agitated argument. Lately, these haywire moments during calls with Kefart have become increasingly frequent. Eleanor lingers at the door, wisely not knocking. She knows her aunt doesn't mind the eavesdropping. Monzano always enjoyed being underestimated. The Pollard spies have been crawling through our streets every other day. You can't seriously expect me to believe they're just your hired help checking up on things. I know the old man wasn't interested from the very beginning. This so-called Project Restart was entirely your personal initiative. However, as long as the money keeps flowing, I won't interfere with your tedious internal disputes. But I must warn you, no one causes trouble in my territory and gets away with it. She hangs up the phone decisively, seemingly having made her decision. Eleanor silently counts to 10, then gently pushes the door handle. Come in. Eleanor takes a step forward, positioning herself near the doorway. She knows Madame Monzano won't have much to say. Did you need something from me, ma'am? Christmas is coming up. Time to take care of the usual shopping. It's December 23rd. Are you doing your Christmas shopping on December 23rd? My god, that's down to the wire. Here's the list. Don't mess it up. As she speaks, she paces forward and hands the girl a roll of distinctly classical parchment paper. Eleanor scans the contents and notices a term she hasn't seen in a long time, but she isn't surprised. Feather accessories. All clothing gifts, I see. Which atelier has caught your fancy this season? The Rosewater Tailor Shop. She casually drops the name with an air of nonchalance. This is exactly what Eleanor had anticipated, and she'd even prepared the necessary item in advance, an elegant leather document case. A necessary misdirection, enough to wash her hands clean of any responsibility. Rosewater Limited, established 2132. the eye-catching gold embossed lettering centered prominently on the case. Be it knight or pawn, each has its place in the intricate design of the chessboard. Even chess pieces that have awakened with consciousness should still move according to the player's strategy. Each move is like unwinding silk from a cocoon, until the king unwittingly exposes his position. She has a mission that must be completed. The gentle slopes are blanketed in verdant green. Closely arranged headstones form walls of ashen white. People in black attire stand solemnly around 2 coffins placed side by side. After the band finishes, he clears his throat and begins reciting based on his prepared script. The mournful wail of Scottish bagpipes is the only sound for miles around. The man at the temporary podium wears an ostentatious cross necklace. After the band pauses, he clears his throat and begins reciting mechanically from his script. For the faithful, God has prepared wonders no eyes had For the faithful, God has prepared wonders no eye has witnessed, no ear has perceived, and no mind has grasped. Fred Sinclair and Phyllis Sinclair now live in the glory of God. Today we lay to rest only the physical forms of our loved ones. Their spirits and souls, their remarkable dedication to this city, remain with us still. And in the love of friends and family, in the hope of their children, the Sinclair couple lives on eternally. The priest gently closes the antique book before him as the flute music resumes. Beginning from his left side, the funeral attendees approach one by one, placing their hands upon the reddish-brown coffin to bid farewell to the departed soul. Arms dealers from the Copperfield Consortium, chairpersons of the World Government Parliament's Budget Committee, heirs to the Actilec Energy Empire. These are faces that appear so frequently in the news that even children would recognize them. More indistinct figures blend into the queue, unremarkable background players united by their Corona Group affiliation. And the author hidden among them, who famously never appears on book jackets or interviews, remains perfectly anonymous. The girl stands out as utterly out of place in this adult world. Hey, it's your turn. The deep yet crude prompting yanks her thoughts back to reality. Alright. She steps forward, her gaze firmly locked on the grass beneath her feet. Unlike those before her, who hastily placed their palms on the coffin just to get it over with, she hesitates for a long while before finally extending the index finger. Her nails, sharp as blades, stand in jarring contrast to the girl's delicate frame. She gently traces a crescent moon on the smooth, double-arched surface, then quickly adds a small cross beneath it. The robed host at the podium witnesses everything clearly, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. Yet the man reminding the girl tears through the solemnity with an extremely savage roar. Old Fred never should have raised a viper like you! He told me so himself before he died. Ugh. Oh God, forgive me. I mean, before he passed away. You murderous scum! Burn in hell! And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him. Soft-hearted to his dying breath. The dignitaries, having finished paying their respects and gradually returning to their temporary seats, instantly have their attention captured by the sudden incident. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying you were close friends with my parents when they were alive? She feigns shock, but doesn't seem to retaliate. Her polite detachment turns his rage to sand against stone. The man's face twitches, She knows that look. Shock, disgust, and a jumble of fear. We all know family ties run deep, but you, my parents' friends, shared decades with them. I've only had years. This gentleman is probably overcome with grief. Her surprise melts into a smile. She's steering the conversation now. The onlookers finally decide to intervene, hands clamping the man's shoulders. People comfort him, interpreting his unrelenting anger as inconsolable grief. I shall leave you all with some space for quiet reflection. With an apologetic gift for her early departure and a reserved smile still in place, she leaves behind the impression of an impeccably well-bred young lady. Truly admirable. Eleanor walks toward the limousine parked at the cemetery entrance, where a tall, imposing figure already stands waiting. Well then, I am your legal guardian starting today. Hello, Aunt. Her posture is as lowly as a stone monument base buried in soil. From this moment on, she deliberately crafts the illusion of hierarchy between them. But why not? A clean slate has its advantages. Massive accounts, nuclear-proof vaults, and discreet intermediaries who know how to deal with adult matters. The girl imagines countless tomorrows where she'll carve her crescents and crosses over and over. The cloying sweetness of eggnog clashes with greasy turkey remnants, turning what should be an elegant affair into something decidedly less so. The girl clears the aftermath of the drinking games, restoring the parlor to its pristine state. Monzano, who normally delights in personally hosting private Christmas parties, was completely absent from tonight's social gathering. As the clock's hands strike midnight vertically, the door knock arrives in perfect synchrony. I'm coming. She pulls open the wide wooden door, welcoming the woman inside. Just as Eleanor had anticipated, her aunt didn't return alone. Behind Monzano stands a slender figure. There's been a fire at the Rosewater tailor shop. The situation isn't good. This is the shop owner's adopted daughter, maid, sister. Call her what you will. She'll be living with us now. After this curt explanation to Eleanor, her gaze shifts to the newcomer, delivering a cold command. Introduce yourselves. Many years later, under the crimson glow of emergency lights, Eleanor would still recall that mechanical, lifeless voice. Like a battery-powered doll. Like code that could be rewritten at will. Like a precise mechanical clock, perceptually following its programmed instructions. A perfect birthday gift. Reunion. Discord. My name is Discord. Oh, Discord from Scarab. I didn't know she and Lilith knew each other. Carbon change. She doesn't believe the nerve-numbing sweetness. She needs to smell danger. We've got 2 achievements. Winter is coming and Royal Flush. Complete the stage and kill 5 guards. Got it. Days like these aren't too bad for her. Soft beds, refined food, and even doing needlework as usual at Madame Monzano's behest. But the only flaw is, this isn't much different from life inside Rosewater's shop. She constantly disguises herself as a servant, disguises herself as a tailor. In front of the madam and the girl, she pretends to be a decorative dog, shorter than the bar counter, threatening no one. Good morning, Eleanor. She walks into Eleanor's bedroom and, with practiced ease, spreads a snow-white napkin on the table before neatly arranging the utensils. Every motion executed with her free left hand, precise and economical, like a master tailor's shears through silk. Aren't you eating? Eleanor nods her chin toward the cutlery set for one. This is not within Madame Manzano's instructions. She sets down the tray in her right hand, where honey pancakes, scrambled eggs, and crispy bacon rest quietly in the corner of a perfectly round, gold-rimmed plate. Oh, I want pancakes now! Maybe my mom will make pancakes sometime. That reminds me, I also have, like, a little microwavable egg sandwich thingy I could eat. As per your preference, I haven't prepared any coffee. Only someone who has lived with her would recognize such habits for what they truly are. What if I ordered you to eat it? She stands by the coffee table, nervously running her tongue over the fine hairs on her upper lip, but ultimately doesn't answer. I understand now. It seems not only me, but you too must obediently follow Auntie's orders. The maid freezes, as if the thorny comment had pinned her against the wall. The spacious room leaves no room for evasion. Lady Eleanor, it's not like that. Lady? How would you like to be addressed? First, get rid of that disgusting apron. The cruel questioner deflects with an irrelevant answer, while the subordinate reflexively carries out the command like a trained response. As the disguise comes off, a figure clad in fitted tactical uniform stands in front of Eleanor. Would the young miss like to dine now? So I'm now your mission target? What comes next? Serving me poisoned wine? Eleanor, you know I had no choice. After a moment of silence, she raises her head to respond. My mission from Corona was supposed to be monitoring Madame Manzano's movements, but that's meaningless now. If she is an exile of Corona, then her situation and mine aren't really that different. So you're going to join her on her revenge mission? The girl poses her question with a carefree smile, as if she were merely listening to a story. I have no grudge against Corona. Is that so? You expect me to believe that the owner of a shop known throughout the city died in a hearth fire during Christmas? She precisely targets the vulnerable spot of the person before her. This life is good. It really is good. If I tell the truth, Eleanor gets dragged into this mess. Catching her misstep, she hastily tacks on an apology. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. About your parents. Please accept my condolences. The girl erupts into laughter, completely at odds with her elegant appearance, causing the maid's tense demeanor to relax slightly. What is there to apologize for? Fill an empty wine glass and you'll keep the card players hooked. A simple trick can make them willing to empty their pockets. As long as I desire it, there's no magic I can't perform. Do you think I'd rather be a wind-up doll than enjoy such pleasures? That laugh comes from her core, unveiling her true self without any pretense. Eleanor's happiness is my happiness. She seems to hope that flattery will dissolve the resistance of the person before her. Changing the subject. Corona taught you well how to hide things. Yet getting you to learn even one more word from me is like pulling teeth. The light surrounding Eleanor extinguishes. I do want to ask for Eleanor's help with something. The maid's expression remains unchanged, but her tone has softened slightly. She wants to hear Eleanor share the little moments from these years, to build through words the world Eleanor has lived in. She doesn't want to let this rekindled flame go out. She still cherishes their friendship. That afternoon, I received an urgent package. Inside was a letter. She takes a gentle, deep breath, as if about to make a difficult decision. Then she pulls out a piece of printed paper from her bag, folded 4 times. Further instructions following the confirmation of mission abortion or significant sexual changes will be issued via physical means. Dead drops will be disguised to match the recipient's circumstances for security measures. Destroy after reading is a must. Eleanor suddenly recites the exact text of some regulation, enunciating each word deliberately. You shouldn't remember those things. That's not your life anymore. Discord freezes mid-motion while unfolding the printed paper, casting a startled glance at Eleanor. How could I possibly forget after everything I've been through? The two exchange a wordless gaze. The maid breaks the silence first, her questioning far from over. Seeing the gold-stamped tailor shop mark on the document case and the organizational label on the letterhead, I understood most of what was happening. After entering the shop, I didn't even bother looking for him. I just tore down the curtains and threw them in the fireplace. The listening girl lets out a satisfied chuckle in her heart. Corona always despised me, didn't they? They knew I was the only recipient left, yet they still chose to communicate through text. After all, in that institution where children were taught nothing beyond obedience, she never had the opportunity to acquire knowledge. Her tone remained calm as always, but the light in her eyes dimmed. A detail the girl captured with keen awareness. Come now, don't be so discouraged. That was just standard procedure when the organization abandoned the intelligence station. Not your fault. Eleanor's encouraging nod slightly urges the other to continue. I understand that Madame Monzano's project has long been defunct, and the intelligence station is nothing but a useless burden. Taking care of the aftermath was the final mission I had completed according to instructions. But do they really need to go this far? If possible, I'd like to know exactly what's written on this. I can't lose composure in front of Eleanor. How unsightly that would be. She's no longer that little shadow following me everywhere. She unfolds the paper and hands it to Eleanor. The girl scans it briefly, then begins reading aloud like she's pronouncing a judgment. Cold current inbound. Target sterilized. Embroidery scissors disposable. Send cleanup. Handle attachment separately. The voice the maid once relied on most now pierces through her soul with every word. Could you explain the code to me? Though she knows the truth all too well, she still speaks to maintain her flawless image. Cold current. Project Winter. Embroidery scissors. Rosewater. Attachment. Wait, it went black. Attachment Discord. Corona has decided to pour resources into Madame Monzano's opponent. Los Prados, the intelligence station, and me. We're all disposable now. The words halt with an unnatural swallowing of sound. If that's the case, what's the point of tracking Monzano's moves? I don't understand. Discord. Care to explain? All former arrogance shed. She closes the distance with calculated placation. Montana was right. I should return to Corona. I need answers. The pancakes on the plate are thoroughly soaked in syrup, with brown-yellow liquid honey flowing from the edges toward the smoked meat, merging with semi-solidified butter. Oh my god. I want this. Ugh. I think I'm gonna have to take a break and eat something after this stage is done. For the first time, the maid doesn't answer Eleanor's question. A wave of nausea washes over her. The maid flees through the door. Eleanor, go to 0 Point Cowboy Casino today. What is that sound? Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, go to the spaceport to receive the world government delegation. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, accounting. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor, take care of the publicity matters. Yes, Aunt. Eleanor. 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 Yes, yes, yes. Auntie. Why does this heiress to 100 billion fortune live a life that looks no different from yours? There was a time when Eleanor's joy was hers, but had Eleanor ever known what joy is? When did things start to become like this? Time loses meaning. She moves through the motions, serving the servant of her aunt, feeding the one who schooled her in cradle songs played with binding toys. A city of arts and technology. Nothing but a respectable facade. The woman scrolls through recent reports on her terminal, her lips curling with contempt as she speaks. The attached image of the intelligence report shows a city gleaming with silver light, elegant in its simplicity, starkly different from the ostentatious and somewhat tacky entertainment metropolis. But the accompanying text tears away this beautiful facade. Constellia City Foundation ceremony opens. 4 major economies investments in the city secretly diverted by Corona to the North Asian experimental facility. Just as the intelligence I gathered from my contact with Trout indicated, Kefard's operation is completely independent. Corona has already diverted all resources to the follow-up project on death row inmate experimentation. Yes, Discord disclosed the contents of those letters quite some time ago. The figure standing respectfully to one side offers her affirmation with deferential tone. Which means, by eliminating Rosewater, we've actually done Corona a favor by cleaning up their loose ends. In that case, Discord could be useful to us as well. Turning her to our side won't be difficult. The woman smirks coldly, relishing her firm grip on the current situation. She feels that razor-sharp instinct never left her, whether examining lab results or social chessboards. Her project concerns the future of humanity, and the enemies of that future must be completely eradicated. What could be Mr. Trout's motives for providing us with funding through Kefart? The girl's probing question hides behind feigned naivety. Do I need to remind you again? As long as the clients are still paying, keep your mouth shut and don't ruin things. Prying too deeply is quite a bad habit at the gaming tables, the woman remarks, brushing off the subject with casual indifference. You know our next target quite well, the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution. Remember to pack several warm coats. I wouldn't want my dear niece catching frostbite. As you wish, madam. The graceful young woman curtsies as she speaks. Here we go.
Approaching the airspace of the Research Institute. Altitude 30,000 feet. Visibility is good. Initiating cabin depressurization. Eleanor, confirm target objectives.
Assassinate Godwin and gather as much intel as possible on Project Winter.
Okay, I'm sneaking. We're doing an assassination over here. I can probably sneak up behind these guards and assassinate them. I don't like them all being grouped up like that. Are you just gonna keep looking at a wall, buddy? No, no. No, no. I'm not here. Okay, I'm gonna... No. It's a good thing their line of sight is so small. Did they miss me? Uh-oh. They're turning. Got it. One more guard and I'll get an achievement.
Outer perimeter patrols neutralized. Resistance encountered as anticipated.
Good, your training paid off. Godwin should be deep within the facility. Stay sharp.
Mm-hmm. Come on. How do I get past this one?
Looks like a little pest has crawled in here.
Oh well.
Oh, I'm warning you. The decontamination systems aren't forgiving.
You call those rust buckets that can barely lift an arm decontaminations? It's up to you! So all the intervals! You're the lucky customer! Come on, Commandant! Watch them drown in their desire!
Easy. So Lilith is a dark amplifier, but she's also got the plasma beam effect, which means I can do this and activate plasma beam. Well, I can activate it when I'm in combat again. Just sneaking around. Don't mind me. Where am I off to next? This way? Hi. It's kind of funny how small their like line of sight cone is, because I can really just walk right by them. Oh, hi. No, no. Uh, moving around like this is a little cumbersome because she has to like get into position before she goes sneaking. I'm not here. You don't. Oh, you do not see me, my dear. Even though I'm walking right in front of you. Well,
Thinking organs? A physiological consciousness transfer. That's the pipe dream of a senile old fool.
test subject ID Ivory 092. Blood type B+. Height 6'1", 185.4 centimeters. Weight 108.8 pounds or 82 kilograms. Antibody inoculation. Hep AD, DTAP X inoculated. Hib PCVA inoculated. IPVD inoculated. MMRVTVA inoculated. MCV trans inoculated. PSTF MG-NZ inoculated. Existing limb enhancement. Carbonized ceramic skeleton implantation. Occipital capillary blood tubule reversal. Nerve dendrite superconductivity fibrosis. Matched type frame ID. Fort Winter prototype Mark IV. Experiment status. Thinking organs to be transferred. Ah, oops.
This must be the legendary Project Winter. How intriguing.
Under the public pressure of morality and ethics, the World Government Parliament drafted and approved the law on the protection of human right to life in biomedical subjects, and restricted the human body modification experiments on death row prisoners. Project Winter started after the termination of the human body modification project of death row prisoners with the aim to ensure the human body can stand long-time space travel and various environments of planets. The result of early analysis The results of early analysis shows that the test subject must have more adaptable DNA structures and repair enzymes. Due to the severe brain damage brain transplantation might cause, test subjects must pass strict screening of physical and mental intensity. Note: documents related to the Mind Project have been classified. For documents about human consciousness upload and transfer, please refer to the terms of Project Cadilla. The initial screening criteria were created based on the gene markers / SNP related to health level and incidence of rates of disease. And around 40 billion records are required to correctly filter out the genes that meet the criteria. However, Corona has accelerated the process by secretly collecting a large amount of genetic data of citizens through the world government's standardized vaccination program. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution has been researching chemicals and limb implants that can enhance test subjects' endurances to greatly push up the success rate of brain transplantation experiments. Currently, the base models are at Gen 4, with greatly enhanced frame reaction speed. Director's notes. The brain is still a human organ. A machine controlled by a damn piece of meat is just like a drone driven by a human being. The consciousness transfer is the only solution.
Too bad. Today is not your day to meet your maker. After all, that gentleman has high hopes for you.
The ominous alarm pulses rhythmically, the only logical element in this chaos. Bloodstains, glass shards, and metal fragments scream of shattered order. Put down your weapon! The blade-sharp umbrella tip pierces her chest before the words fully leave her mouth. This is impossible. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Did you really think replacing your body with metal would let you live a little longer? Vital fluid splashes across the ground. Electrical arcs and sparks leap across the liquid's surface, while the pierced frame lies completely silent. A word of advice for your boss. Next time you upgrade, don't forget to add more protection. The girl looks up at the camera mounted above the sliding door and offers a faint smile. The man on the other end of the monitor takes in everything he sees. He knows he has exhausted all his chips in this confrontation. But he has enough confidence in Veritas, so he firmly presses the access button on the control panel. Veritas? Bianca? The final barrier between assassin and target vanishes. The head of Project Winter. Mr. Godwin, good day to you. Madame Manzano sends her regards. With perfect poise, the girl dips into a curtsy, her umbrella handle serving as an elegant prop. Such elegant packaging for lethal intent. Guests are always welcome, but bypassing the quarantine procedure is unacceptable. Everyone must undergo a decontamination shower and scan before entering my office. That's the most basic protocol. Before them stands an elderly man with a gaunt face, his deep-set green eyes radiating both intensity and madness, a stark contrast to the image of the competent researcher they had seen earlier in the mission briefing. Years of isolation and obsession have etched irrevocable marks on his features. Normally, I value rules above all else, but your current situation makes such discussions rather impractical. My situation? What situation? The situation of a moribund man? I've been isolated beneath this mountain rock for over a decade without seeing natural light, but I haven't regretted it for a single day. Paving the way for a new era is the highest honor for experimental subjects, and I myself could be among them. Forgive my frankness, but what exactly have you achieved? Metal cannons that completely lack battle potential and can be killed by fully enhanced humans wielding moon umbrellas. Like a matador in the final stage of the spectacle, she was in no hurry to deliver the fatal blow to her exhausted target, instead savoring the thrill of toying with her prey's nerves. Trial and error has always been the necessary path to progress, and I have plenty of time left. What remarkable achievement has Madame Manzano accomplished now? Does her bank account gain another zero every day? Or even every hour? You might as well believe I could create a perfect construct by tomorrow rather than trust her nonsense. The dying speak only truth. My aunt was, after all, a researcher who continued her project even after being expelled by Corono. There's really no need for such vicious slander, is there? Her project? What project? repeating cycles of production, consumption, and decomposition over and over in some supersized test tube. And when it's successful, throw all of humanity inside. His frayed white bangs tremble with each labored breath. It's the flying vessel. What? Thanks to new investors, my aunt is building a colony ship that matches the scale of the Eden II. Repeating the same mistakes. The man's shock vanishes in an instant, as if this answer still aligns with his expectations. Forcing self-contained ecosystems into space is no evolutionary leap. It's just recreating those early capsules that sustained one man for hours before crashing back down. Merely reaching orbit isn't enough. When we cross that threshold, we must do so as fully actualized humans, striding into the stellar expanse as our natural domain. Humanity has wasted too long for its next chance at evolution. As long as our bodies still need to breathe, eat, and excrete, as long as our limbs cannot withstand the torrent of vacuum, we will forever remain infants in the cradle. Godwin slams his right fist against the metal tabletop, the overexerted capillaries turning his skin a purplish red. Monzano has poured too much of herself into this so-called starship ecology, just as she did with managing the City of Entertainment. He takes a deep breath, filling Eleanor with an unwavering stare, then abruptly changes the subject. People like her always seek balance through management, then enjoy the thrill of playing God. Whether managing parameters in an artificial greenhouse or guests awaiting slaughter in an entertainment venue, it makes no difference to her. I don't expect visionary understanding from all, but I offer glimpses of the apocalypse. Your choice has nothing to do with Monzano. I just want to ask you, when the day comes that our home planet can no longer tolerate the human species, would you also willingly remain a giant infant in the cradle, abandoned by natural selection, drowning in your own excrement? Warning. Unidentified aircraft entering detection zone. Anti-air system offline. Warning. Unidentified aircraft entering detection zone. Anti-air system offline. The harsh synthetic voice blares from the terminal's broadcast system, and Eleanor's smile grows more assured. It seems new guests have arrived. Godwin, however, displays a rather complicated expression, as if believing his fortress is about to fall under the reinforcing strikes. Your people as well? He sweeps back stray hairs, tossing the assassin a disdainful look. The girl changes subjects noncommittally. Do you still believe Project Winter is the next step in human evolution? How many more times do I have to say it? I believe in this fact without a shadow of a doubt. For the sake of your devotion, I can give you a temporary chance. Besides, your usefulness hasn't been fully realized yet. Light, airy applause echoes from the corridor outside the room. You're right. With unhurried, measured steps, a dark figure joins the standoff. We meet again, Eleanor. Your abilities and vision have certainly improved a lot compared to before. The assassin didn't seem the least bit surprised by this variable, instead responding gracefully to the praise. You flatter me, sir. But our business here remains unfinished. It's all right. You've proven your capability. Following the thread of her words, he turns his gaze toward the man standing nearby. Evolution is not a word to be thrown around lightly. I expect those who stand to benefit from it to be fully prepared for what it entails. You're the person who provided the initial funding for Project Winter. When an investor shows up in person, it's naturally because they have urgent matters to discuss. However, I seem to have forgotten that Eleanor still has a mission to attend to. Please. Trout sweeps his right arm in a gesture of invitation toward Eleanor. My aunt's orders are one thing, but gambling tables always favor the highest bidder. Having supported Project Bokonon so generously, you deserve precedence, sir. Godwin's safety seems temporarily secured, though he remains baffled by the charade unfolding before him. I can guarantee that the next iteration will enhance the frame's protective capabilities. True zero wetware this time. Without the support of those experimental results from back then, progress is simply impossible at this stage. We need to start somewhere. Achieving our expected goals out of thin air is impossible. Godwin seems to be trying to regain his footing, beginning to defend his achievements. She has lost her way in her obsession with perfecting the colony ship's ecosystem. You don't want to fall down another rabbit hole you can't climb out of, do you? Our ancestors left their caves protected by animal hides, only to realize that vicious predators posed a greater threat than the climate. Natural selection has never been one-dimensional. You mean militarization? His voice deepens as the anger in his green eyes transforms into something even more twisted. What I mean is, it's better to be prepared. Let's consider a scenario. What if Fort Winter faces not just an infiltration assassination, but a large-scale armed conflict? Even if your prototyped construct achieves immortality, how will it respond without sufficient combat capabilities? No researcher wants to become Archimedes beneath the spear point. I assume you feel the same. But that's impossible. Most of the old armies have already disbanded, and the world government is even considering transitioning to mercenary forces. War? With who? Antarians? The man still refuses to step out of his ivory tower of thought, unwittingly revealing a dry, scholarly humor. Military organizations may change their form, but threats come in more than one face. Sparks from malfunctioning equipment become the only sound in the waited, long silence. No need for gloom. The gentleman said your experiments won't end here. Pity I can't let you martyr yourself for science. Plus, I still need to report back to my aunt, which is such a headache. Hiding someone who's faked their death in a fortress like this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Run whatever schemes you like. Just keep them clear of my lab. I'll arrange an experimental accident report, then activate the top-secret bunker facility directly beneath the mountain to continue advancing the plan. Since you still believe in Project Winter, let me offer some advice. Abandon that madwoman Monzano while you still can. He resigns himself to this arranged fate, yet still feels reluctant about it. Just a control experiment, nothing more. After speaking, he lightly brushes metal fragments from his cape, then turns around. One moment. The girl extends her sharp fingertip, tracing an arc across Godwin's forehead. Before the green eyes could even register the movement, Eleanor had already obtained what she needed. You! How could I consider my mission complete if I returned empty-handed? I should at least give my aunt something to show. She boastfully pinches a thin strand of human hair between her fingertips, displaying it like a trophy. So, I've also been making untraceable copies of your database contents from the terminals along my way. Sharing scientific achievements contributes to progress, as you've described, doesn't it? I need to catch my flight back to Los Prados, so I'll have to trouble you to clean up here, Mr. Godwin. Trout stands at the edge of the landing pad. The wind and snow blur his silhouette, nearly blending him into the white expanse behind. Eleanor climbs the final step, ascending to the same platform. Thank you, mister. for your valuable assistance over these past few years. Information truly is the best token for acquiring power. Her practiced humility surfaces as she accepts this victory. Just a few small gifts, the most basic courtesy. Those with sufficient natural talent can sniff out the correct direction without guidance. I saw this in you very early on. In fact, I should thank you for the valuable inspiration you provided. He cast a meaningful glance her way. So, Project Bokanon and Project Winter, they weren't actually control experiments? Of course not. They're merely 2 steps on the stairway to evolution. For a human, you've done fairly well. The road ahead remains long, and this civilization naturally has many conquests to desire. For instance, the ignition experiment for the zero-point engine has already been scheduled. Trout suddenly turns his gaze back toward the mountains, sharing a piece of fresh news with a contemplative air. Identifying the strong is your talent, and you have the resolve to match it. However, you don't have much time left to choose your chips. Monzano is the provider of prerequisites. She's the very rule you need to exploit. Only outsiders who don't belong to the card game can become true variables. Don't make me regret betting on you, Eleanor. Have fun in your playground. See you next time. Mr. Trout. She calls out to Trout as he prepares to enter the rear cabin door. Overwhelming prosperity illuminates every corner beyond the snowy mountains, as humanity in the Golden Age seems poised to step into a bright tomorrow within reach. She doesn't believe the nerve-numbing sweetness. She needs to smell danger. She yearns to place her well-being, even her life, upon the scale of the game's judgments. In the bitter cold of the far north, her nerves tingle with an agitation she hasn't felt in ages. The exhilaration of entering the game. I know you attended the funeral back then. Continue speaking. Anson Sturkin, Paul Holderman, Vonnegut, sir. These are all pen names you've used in your works. Like countless fragments of a broken mirror, people can only glimpse reflections of the psychiatrist, writer, and even serial killer. But they can never piece together your true face. Getting carried away doesn't seem like your style. The man issues a warning without betraying any emotion in his voice. What I mean is, I admire this kind of disguise. And you saw through mine the moment I drew that symbol. That being the case, complete honesty would certainly benefit our future cooperation. The incomplete circle and cross. In astrology, they represent the apogee of the lunar orbit. The moon, as a satellite, doesn't rotate on its own, yet at that moment, it can devour the sun, reducing it to a barely surviving crescent. Card players often prefer to choose a nickname for themselves, like a lucky charm when spoken by others. Naturally, I don't believe in something like luck, but one should still follow established customs. The Dark Moon, also known as Lilith. I like this name. Let it be. And so, she becomes Lilith. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break, because I am hungry. So I'm just going to go eat something, and maybe go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back. Okay, I'll be right. Hi, Bunny John. Sorry, you get here right as I'm beginning to take a dinner break, but I'll be back in a little bit. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Well, I say dinner break. It's honestly more of a midnight snack break. But, you know what I mean. I'm just gonna eat something and then I'll be back. See you soon. Alright. I'm back from eating. I made myself a sandwich. Oh, I probably missed Ash Frost saying goodbye. But if I didn't, bye-bye, Ash Frost. I hope you sleep well. Alright. Let's keep going. Marshmallow layer cake. The speaker drags out the last syllable so long that it disturbs the still moonlight. After all this investigation, you still have no clue what Monzano's really up to? Once we get to the review meeting, the old man won't cut you any slack. Anything else you want to bring up? She knits her brow, then tosses the Los Prados mission briefing aside once she's done reading. Although Godwin is now confined to the deeper sectors of Fort Winter, cutting off all external interference was precisely why he volunteered for this plan. Judging by the results, there's no setback to the project's progress. Regarding Los Prados, after Monzano helped clear out the base station, their surveillance continues without a hitch. So, in short, your summary is everything's fine? Are you filing a report or spinning a story here? Where are the results I asked for? That writer, Trout, pulled in the seed money for Project Winter. The moment Godwin got his hands on the funds, he dusted off our old blueprint and used it to create those wetware constructs. Kurono is more than happy to team up with anyone who shares the vision. But make no mistake, we won't stand for any mischief on our watch. The agency has long suspected that Monzano's funding from Kefar also originated from Trout, but he's already been imprisoned for allegedly inciting suicide. Background checks by other operation teams have confirmed Kurud's whereabouts. If that's the case, what exactly are Kefar and Monzano doing in Los Prados? We've had an agent undercover with Monzano 24/7, yet your repeatedly delayed report only mentions surveillance proceeding smoothly. A lightless chamber stands silent, charged with the crackling force of a woman's rage. As per Mr. Kurono's own instructions, placing that girl undercover was meant to be a long game to catch bigger fish. Expecting immediate results isn't realistic. The nameless intelligence officer mechanically delivers this bold rebuttal with bureaucratic detachment. What exactly are you trying to prove? You claim you follow the boss's orders, so why can't you figure out whether Kefart's turned traitor? I apologize. We thoroughly investigated his activity records, but there's nothing suspicious to be found. Palangoski skims through the briefing, then zeroes in on the final page. 12:04:36 EST, 13:01:38 EST. Travel via transatlantic United flight PA 908 to Fjord City's hydrogen car plant for the ribbon cutting. Stay at the local leisure hotel for at least 30 hours, then spend at least 30 hours at a local resort hotel. 22:31:67 EST to 14:26:71 EST. Travel via transatlantic United flight TA 3304 into the Kowloon United Commonwealth for a holiday at the mountain resort. 10 o'clock, 12:02 EST. The target fails to appear for the scheduled session of the Business, Science, and Transportation Committee. Surveillance confirms the individual remains in their private residence, asleep until 1600, and subsequently places a takeout order. One entry after another in the travel log sketches out Kefart's devil-may-care persona, and it also proves that any surveillance is a lost cause. Whatever. As long as he manages to get re-elected in his district, Parliament can gain one more spineless lackey who will vote however Kurono wants. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just keep him under daily watch, and make sure you slip past the World Government Security Intelligence Bureau's radar. Understood. Also, Los Prados is in better shape than we anticipated. Seeing his superior's displeasure subside, he takes the opportunity to push his advantage. Previously, we detected extensive construction work at the new Nelis Air Force Base near Los Prados, leading us to believe Monzana was collaborating with the transatlantic military on a rearmament initiative. The mercenary force's proposal recently resurfaces as a major debate in the World Government Parliament, which drives our earlier assumptions. However, all current transport capacity reports and satellite reconnaissance confirm that any suspicious operations in the city and at the airbase have been effectively ended. Los Prados spaceport has now returned to its standard civilization operations. We've determined that Monzano doesn't pose a serious threat. Alright, that's enough. I get the gist of it. The woman rubs her brow with her fingertips, weariness etched on her face. Then, as if noticing the agent's jittery nerves, she softens her voice and speaks calmly. Where are you planning to watch the midnight ignition ceremony tonight? Huh? Oh, tomorrow's the start of my vacation, so I'm heading home to watch a live stream with my family. When you do this kind of work, you get used to setting your humanity aside, so a conversation this personal really takes him by surprise. Sounds good. Take a shower, pop open a cold beer, and make sure you spend some quality time with your family. Got it. So, He cuts himself off just in time, suddenly aware he's in no position to make small talk. Bullard Agency, ever vigilant. The agent snaps to attention with a brisk salute, reciting the organization's creed. Dismissed. After the subordinate departs, the interrogation room and prison revert to their usual state, so silent and dark that it feels even more oppressive than a tomb. Time and again, the metal walls have become coated in vomit and human blood, only to be blasted clean with high-pressure hoses, erasing every trace of sin. But this breakneck surge of progress never pauses for the silent tragedies lurking in the shadows of our civilization. The Golden Age, huh? Her mind pierces the thick layers of reinforced plating overhead, hundreds of meters deep, then drifts over the sprawling red rock peaks capped with snow. It soars beyond the 10,000-kilometer orbiter threshold, drawn toward the massive vessel newly stationed at the orbital port after its transfer from the moon. After tonight, Eden too becomes the bearer of all humanity's hopes, forging a path into uncharted territory. It embarks on a bold new beginning, leaving behind every conflict that has held humanity back until now. But it has nothing to do with us, does it? She scoffs at herself, and yet even in solitude, her expression stays cold as stone. In the dark, she pulls out a metal flask and downs the final fiery drop. Here's to the old world. Guided by the control tower, the last heavy military aerospace transport of the day touches down firmly on the runway. A dark-skinned woman stands atop the watchtower, surveying the cargo loaders as they haul supplies from the colossal hull charred to a deep brown by the intense heat of low orbit. We've got the anti-radiation coating and the synthetic paint for marking the ship's name. The shipment wraps up the project's last batch of construction materials. The ground crew cross-references the datapad checklist, offering a concise logistics update. Very well. Go assist with the materials transfer. Let's finish this work early today. I know everyone wants to witness the historic ceremony. She calmly gazes beyond the runway toward the vast sea of sand, where twilight bathes the wasteland surrounding the city in magnificent golden hues. If the launch goes smoothly, I suppose Project Eden will be a complete success. So, are we really going to set sail again? For those participating in the project, the details of Project Bokonon have been an open secret for quite some time. Certainly. On the appointed day, there will be a spot reserved for you on the ship. You, the engineers, the citizens, every single guest in this city. None of you will be left behind. The sun is on the verge of dipping behind the distant mountains when Monzano voices her unshakable vow. Like Noah, who witnessed the apocalypse in his dreams, she now seems possessed by a prophet's vision. She cannot betray any hesitation. You should get some rest soon too, ma'am. He gives the lady at the edge of the observation deck a complicated look, then turns and walks toward the elevator entrance. How could I possibly rest? The guests at the casino are still waiting for me. In the last traces of twilight, the lady murmurs to herself. No matter how much she despises these do-nothing elites who occupy positions they don't deserve, securing their loyalty is a necessary step in laying the foundation for the new world. Ooh, pretty. The hall bustles with excited chatter, and the clinking of glasses amid soft music and dancing lends the perfect dash of delight to this grand affair. On a towering display, the live feed from Zero Point Reactor 1 seizes everyone's attention right now. As soon as Monzano walks in, the crowd bursts into cheers. I'd like to propose a toast to Madame Adriana Monzano, to the illustrious tycoon of Los Prados and a brilliant scientific mind. An influential figure from the World Government Parliament strides forward, brimming with arrogance, and launches a new proposal, making their authority unmistakably clear. Cheers! Cheers! The chaotic clinking of countless glass vessels, accompanied by cheers, reaches Monzano's ears. Madame Monzano! Madame Monzano! Madame Monzano! Now, the true stars of Los Prados have always been you, our guests from all corners of the world. Empty platitudes are what she's best at. Enjoy your night, my dear guests. The hostess raises her hand, signaling for everyone to set down their glasses. Soon she disappears into the depths of the crowd. Only the guests who happen to brush shoulders with her pause to offer eager greetings. The majority simply keep drowning themselves in liquor and small talk, letting the buzz dull their nerves as they wait for the final countdown to ignite. Of course, Monzano senses those genuine, deeply felt emotions as well. Interstellar immigrants? Please, they're just the same bottom feeders who once trundled their wagons out west, begging for crumbs. Right? Throw around talk of new frontiers, and that's all it takes to trick those so-called scientific elites. Who knows how many years they'll drift before they finally reach that godforsaken place. What nonsense. I mean, does a place like that even have birds? Then again, who knows if they'll even make it out of this alive. The two share a playful tease and then break into laughter at the exact same moment. Keep them coming. Cheers. Cheers. To Earth and its dwindling resources. To champagne that flows endlessly like a sweet spring. To our unshakable seats in Parliament. To every fool willing to abandon their comfortable lives for a colonial ship. To humanity free from suffering. To the Golden Age. Madame Monzano offers a faint smile. It's alright. The ship's prepared for you. We'll ultimately sail towards another bottomless sea. With that thought, she steps into the elevator at the far edge of the hall. My mission remains to investigate Madame Manzano's project in Los Prados and report to Corono in real time. Her mechanical voice remains unchanged, but she finally divulges more information. My aunt clearly expects great things from you. She wouldn't go to such lengths otherwise. Her eyes linger on the mechanical prosthetic of the person standing before her. Manzano's asking me to go back to Corono and act as her undercover contract. She also says that those who work for her must possess combat capabilities that match the intensity of their mission. But about this outfit, did you choose it yourself? This is my way of constantly reminding myself of who I am. Doesn't it hurt? You do whatever she tells you to, just to earn her trust. She made Eleanor undergo cybernetic surgery too, didn't she? At least, I can become stronger too. Even her facial muscles, long since adapted to permanent stillness, cannot hide the sincerity in her words. So you understand that Aunt always says one thing, but does another. She supposedly severed ties with Corono over their human experiments, yet when it gives her an advantage, she'll still use the very technologies she publicly condemns. The pain of these surgeries is nothing compared to the fate we would have otherwise faced, isn't it? She reveals a scar that had long since healed. So what? No matter the outcome, we've walked completely different paths. Those twisted freaks at the Pollard Agency mold you into an emotionless hound, while I am locked away in this gilded prison, left to decay. Like a viper flicking its tongue, Lilith lowers her gaze, as though she's admiring her impeccably manicured nails. You always say this life is ideal, but is it really? When everything gleams with gold, it's easy to lose sight of what's real. Only those few precious cubic centimeters in our skull remain free from gold, a private space that has always been ours. In the end, you turned into nothing more than a lapdog at your aunt's beck and call. She anchors her carefully crafted emotions in a mournful conclusion. I'm sorry, Eleanor. So, what I'm trying to say is, we can still walk together. It's not too late. The redness in Lilith's eyes gradually fades as she casts a curious glance. Go where? You think you understand me again? My aunt is tyrannical every day, so I should abandon my playground? After submitting my investigation report, I'll be deployed to Eden 2 as part of Corono's Intelligence Advance team. After a moment's hesitation, she reveals a shocking truth. The ship's name is mentioned every minute in every corner of Earth, yet few could describe such supreme honor with such calmness, becoming a passenger on humanity's first interstellar colony ship. Eleanor, come with me. You have no true loyalty to Manzano, nor do you need to serve Corona. Just pose as a defector, and I can secure you a ticket on the ship. Even while describing this near-insane plan, the maid maintains a voice without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet Lilith understood the plea hidden within those words. Plastic restraints, experiments without anesthesia, killing people they've only known for 5 minutes in the quickest, most brutal ways. None of these things will happen on the ship. Corona's true nature won't change just because they've been relocated. You're being naive. Of course I understand that. She raises her voice. But there, we can start a new life. And we can see new stars. The stars we can never see from the ground. If you're willing, Eleanor, perhaps you could even teach me how to read and write. We could leave all those memories behind on this planet, never looking back. Rosewater, I don't even care who killed him anymore. Let the past truly remain in the past. That final, unexpected confession confirms to Lilith the determination of the woman standing before her. How wretched, like a stray soaked to the bone in a raging storm, with nowhere at all to hide. I'll consider it. In that fleeting moment, she really does falter, casting aside any need for control, simply walking away. The clock strikes 20, and the sound of fireworks from the central district echoes through the window. Oh, the ceremony is about to begin. Wanna watch the stream? Only if the ignition succeeds will those things you promised even have a chance of coming true. Discord offers a slight smile. She can't even recall the last time she's worn an expression like this. Alright, I'll go get some snacks. Meanwhile, Lilith taps the control to bring up the holographic display. What a marvelous day, and the moment we embark on our journey. This stands as humanity's greatest milestone so far, heralding the dawn of a new era. Even if we don't officially change our calendar, future historians will do it for us. This moment marks humanity's transformation, our farewell to adolescence, our coming-of-age ceremony, the sign that we've cast off childish ways and stepped into maturity. Right now, people all across the globe are crowding around their screens, holograms, or public boards, eagerly awaiting this monumental ceremony, an event on par with Gestalt's very first launch. In half an hour, the 0-point Reactor 1 behind me is set for its first ignition test. Should the results meet expectations, Eden 2 will be on track to install its 0-point engine by year's end. At the appointed hour, this crowning achievement of the Golden Age will embark on its journey toward humanity's new frontier. Lilith lowers her voice, letting her once excited tone become a gentle accompaniment to the exploding fireworks outside. Humanity rivaling gods. What an earth-shattering idea. From now on, there is no suffering, only conquest. Conquer the stars, conquer the cosmos, conquer every last inch of the void. I'm sorry, we're out of desserts. I quickly made some toasted marshmallow cookies instead. I hope you don't mind, Eleanor. The maid returns to the living room carrying a plate of steaming cookies. Lilith stares intensely at the holographic screen. Humanity has overcome so many seemingly insurmountable trials. Confidence and pride are both our reward and our curse. And she doesn't believe in such a thing as smooth sailing good fortune in this world. 10 seconds until ignition of 0-point Reactor 1. Would you like to try one, Eleanor? Lilith doesn't respond. 5 seconds until ignition of 0-point Reactor 1. Eleanor? Lilith doesn't respond. Discord interprets her focus as reverence, no longer disrupting the girl's spiritual pilgrimage. She quietly brings a cookie to her own lips instead. The caramelized sweetness of melting marshmallow mingles with the crunch of whole wheat cookies as her teeth break through the surface. So sweet. 0-point Reactor 1 ignited. 0-point Reactor 1 ignited. 0-point Reactor 1 ignited. The broadcaster's face warps into an unsettling shape, distorted by the hologram's contour lines. Garbled voices and mechanical static fill the living room. And then everything stops. The blue glow of the holographic screen vanishes in an instant. Outside the window, the celebratory music cuts off completely. In the living room, only the moonlight, fluid as water, remains, drowning the earlier warmth in a suffocating hush. Have we lost the signal? This is the ultimate release, reserved for those who once fated to pay the price of progress. The girl tilts her head back and unleashes a chilling, feral laugh that leaves Discord deeply unsettled. The crazed laughter drags out so long that it disturbs the still moonlight. Well, Apocalypse Day. People here are too close to the sun and too far from the confessional room. History doesn't follow a neat, spiraling climb. Its fragile continuity lies well beyond the grasp of ordinary reason. The Golden Age glimmers like a dangerously addictive sedative, and in the narrow alleys of Los Prados, that dosage runs perilously high. Put simply, the people here live far too close to the sun, and far too distant from any hope of confession. Once that spiraling, skybound staircase is severed, those who rose without effort will tumble like Icarus beneath the blazing light. Once the accident is announced, the disheartened crowd disperses in no time. Everyone realizes the ignition test has failed, but it doesn't alter Los Prados' carefully laid plans. In the few short years that follow, ill omens arrive in relentless succession. It all starts when the slot machine spews out a flood of coins, sending the lucky winners scurrying away under the envious stares of everyone else. What follows is a mishap involving a service robot, eventually resolved when Madame Manzano's people step in with both medical aid and compensation. Chasing massive returns on a shoestring is a gamble all its own. Yet rumors do nothing to determine these would-be pilgrims, armed with credit chips and burning ambition, from losing themselves in this gilded realm, tumbling headlong into a nightmare. Golden car door handles, golden crystal chandeliers, a golden trim around the card table. Even the servo arm gleams with the same burnished luster. By the time the sensor flares with that ominous red glow, it's already too late to turn back. The half-woven spare bamboo basket tumbles to the ground. The masterminds at Project Bokonong can do nothing but pin their hopes on the colony ship sailing through synchronous orbit. Madame Manzano's private car glides through the vacant streets, where the citizens' abandoned belongings lie scattered. The storefront facade still stands tall, and yet the bustle of yesterday has vanished without a trace. While everyone else stranded rushes toward the aerospace port in northern Los Prados, this bulletproof sedan takes a different route altogether. The car rounds a corner beside a nondescript low-rise building, then slips out of sight through the entrance to an underground garage. Compared to my last visit, it's like night and day. This place has done a complete 180. The blonde man has clearly been waiting. The moment the elegant lady's poised foot emerges from the car, he delivers a biting, sarcastic quip. From the moment they pulled their funding, the business here no longer answers to Corono. Besides, Corono's already feeling the heat, isn't it, Kevart? There's no need to act so childish. She doesn't dial back the sharpness in her tone, not one bit. Now, there's no need to be so cutting, madam. I've come here today because in truth I need a favor from you. So, you want one final look at the spinning chamber. Very well. I'll make it quick. She produces her snake-patterned revolver and leisurely turns its gleaming gold cylinder between her fingers. I assumed you'd be far more curious about what's been going on in the world ever since the outbreak. If that useless intel is all you've got, then there's no point in dragging this out. It's hardly intel. Society is already unraveling. Tragedies like this are right above our heads, but no one even stops to look up anymore. The military's Longinus arsenal strike goes off without a hitch, but they never see it coming. The punishing virus is a catastrophe far beyond their control. The Gestalt core code is compromised. The virus seizes its chance to infiltrate, and it sends a dangerous command through the Starship network. Ram Eden 2 colony ship. Tell me how the crisis was resolved. She refuses to play along with anyone's needless theatrics. I won't lie, the old man nearly had a heart attack. If our evacuation site really had gone up in flames, we'd have been left with no other options. He shoots a loaded glance at Madame Monzano. You chose that path yourselves. There's no going back now. Go on. Naturally, we owe our thanks to those Starship officers who did what had to be done. A self-destruct? Talk about a scene straight out of a hero flick. So, let me guess. Your request is for me to evacuate everyone, and to pick up their bodies while I'm at it. Show some respect for the fallen, will you? In any case, the Great Acadia transfers suffered a crippling blow. The Parliament will be casting their votes on the mass evacuation bill any moment now. In our field, we always keep something up our sleeve. A sly rabbit keeps 3 dens. Isn't that what they say about politicians? Madame Monzano answers only with a dismissive snort. He's only a lowly counselor. Sure, he can sway a vote or two, but he won't make any real waves. The fighting has barely begun, but the military is on the verge of wresting control from the world government. The old man couldn't be more displeased with our pace. If you want to place the old man's people in those key wartime posts, you'll have to resort to some shady tactics. If you plan on making that evacuation flight, I suggest you cut to the chase. She grows impatient. After all, he's strutting around on her turf. Trillard is running himself ragged evacuating VIPs and supplies, but he still brags he can rescue as many people as he wants. Does he think he's Moses parting the Red Sea or something? The Army's air fleet is basically gone, and he's got almost no transport planes left that can still fly. You might say he's done for, but that doesn't stop him from running his mouth. But someone who's on the verge of drowning will accept any deal, if it means getting a plank to stay afloat. And you're the one handing Trillard that plank, Monzano. As the influential owner of this resort town, and a former key figure in Project Pokémon, I doubt you're short on transport options, are you? 3 full squadrons of transport planes, crews included. That's what I want. The old man will pull the remaining strings elsewhere. Meanwhile, we owe our thanks to the brave soldiers who laid down their lives. Because of them, those of us who never stepped onto the battlefield still have most of our firepower. Besides, if I pull off this job for the old man, it'll clear every doubt they've ever thrown my way. Okay, lay out your demands. You know me. I've been around for a while, and I always pay up front. Countless times, Monzano envisions driving a silver bullet into that forsaken den, then standing atop Corona's rotting corpse to declare Project Pokémon's ultimate triumph. And now, her foe willingly walks right into her crosshairs. I can send out 4 squads. It doesn't matter anyway. These evacuees are nothing but useless rabble, and their survival depends entirely upon their own luck. Oh? How generous. I'm guessing the fine print isn't so forgiving, is it? That girl. Why? The girl goes. She's one of yours. Take her with you. Her voice is cold and measured, as though the city has never known betrayal or conspiracy. Oh, that's easy enough. Kevart, you sure talk the most smack around the card table. But when the cards are flipped and the stakes are due, you're always the first to pay up. I've got to say, I respect that. So let's call an end to Los Prados' shining legacy right here. Regarding Project Winter, I wish you the best of luck. If destiny wills it, we'll meet again in the New World. Monzano swings open the door and slides into the roomy back seat. She practically spits out New World, biting down on each syllable. You didn't kill Rosewater, did you? Though goodbyes have already been said, the visitor still breaks the moment with one last question. What are you trying to say? She lowers the window, her eyes glinting with cold malice. It's nothing. Those who play with vipers tend to end up on the wrong side of their fangs, don't they? His only response is the screech of tires as the sedan speeds off, vanishing at the top of the ramp. The blonde man remains in the empty underground garage, exhaling smoke rings into the thick, stagnant air. Emergency lights cast an unsettling glow over the once opulent hall, twisting its proud sculptures and the ravenous roulette tables to ominous shades of brown. Yet the two figures at the corner card table seem oblivious to the hall's imminent collapse around them. The clueless visitors, once oblivious to their own foolishness, howling or cheering at the top of their lungs, have all disappeared. And those mechanical dealers, with their syrupy sweet but soulless synthesized voices, they've gone silent. Even so, they savor this fragile sense of calm. Monzano's likely already dealt with the troublemakers, just as you wanted. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. This is the last thing I ask of you. Her slender fingertips slide across the dealer's spot, lifting a playing card with effortless grace. Stand. Did you manage to collect all your points, sir? The next card in the deck is a 10. I'm placing an insurance bet. As you wish, sir. She smoothly steps into the role of Game Master, sliding the cards toward the man across the table. So, you've made your choice as well. My aunt flings the city gates wide open. If I don't move forward now, doesn't all the work we've spent crafting this wooden horse go to waste? Speaking of the wooden horse, is the gentleman's plan truly what it seems? Whether humanity makes it through this bitter winter is another crucial factor. As for me, I place my faith in probability rather than the plan itself. Lilith, I imagine you share that view. Corona's project may be overambitious, but they're the first to dare break free from their restraints and explore. Those forbidden experiments have yielded a wealth of invaluable data for me. Fort Winter? Yes, but it doesn't end there. Naturally, Monzano's initiative fell victim to Corona's early forays. Still, it gave you the perfect ground for weeding out the unfit, didn't it? No need to talk about those failures. As for what comes next, rest easy, sir. A barely perceptible flash of anger crosses the operator's eyes. I trust your skill at the table, but you should know better than anyone. There are only two types of people in a card game. Those who control the flow, and those poor fish ripe for the taking, easily replaced once they're bled dry. Sending her away cuts off your past ties for good. After that, everything hinges on your own actions. Thank you for the warning, sir. I'll remember it well. She finishes her sentence, keeping the tension at just the right pitch, then slowly flips her card to reveal its suit. Blackjack. Looks like this hand belongs to me, Mr. Trout. I'll honor the deal we made at the start. Go on. What do you want to know? Wouldn't a direct Trojan horse strike on the throne secure better odds? Or is it that, sir, you aren't quite as certain of me as I'd hoped? A faint hint of defiance flickers across the victor's brow, making it clear she's not after the obvious answer. Corono dares to push past established limits, yet for most situations it still falls to the king to keep everything in balance. Remember, humans are pawns too. If we're orchestrating a non-zero-sum game, all we need is to edge out a little more each time. And really, steering a plague straight to the throne just to pick out the lone survivor, don't you think that's a twisted way to go about it? The die is cast and the plane's about to take off. Even though he's only a guest, he cuts off the questioning with words that practically show Lilith the door. Hedging your bets on both sides. Yes, that's very much your style. That's the trait I admire most in you. Don't disappoint me. Willing to take such risks. Sir, you really are one exceptional gambler. If things weren't so dire, I'd love nothing more than to go another round with you. Though she says otherwise, her hand drifts to the moon umbrella beside the table, as if she's about to rise and take her leave. In the grave-like hush of the hall, a sudden noise shatters the stillness, something distinctly inhuman. We're closed for the night, can't you tell? With a deft flick of her wrist, she plays her card, drawing the 10 of spades from the tabletop, her elegant fingers carving a poised arc through the air. A mangled shard of metal crashes onto the marble floor, releasing a razor-sharp clay. As it rolls to a stop, the glowing red sensor at its tip finally dims. Visual module compromised. Running diagnostics. Scanning. Scanning. A piercing synthetic voice arrives half a beat too late, reverberating from the headless automaton's chest for a brief moment before cutting out. Nice moves. Seated in his armchair, the man studies the scattered wreckage with keen fascination before offering a slow, deliberate round of applause. The intruder is just the opening act. A shower of tiny debris rains down from the dome onto the card table. In the dim light, the walls of the hall begin to quake as if they sense the impending chaos. What a shame. This is the only casino on Central Avenue with a Bramante-style vaulted ceiling. But disaster doesn't care about aesthetics. It just wrecks everything beautiful. It doesn't matter, though. There'll be recompense waiting for me in Babylonia. Word has it the nobles are twisting themselves into knots trying to make room on the transport plane for their gold and silver hoards. My carry-on luggage is much more modest. Lilith flourishes the moon umbrella like a conjurer's wand, then dips into a courteous bow toward Trout. Winter is coming. Please take care, sir. Until our next spar. She strides into the shadows, vanishing at the far end of the corridor. Trout taps the tabletop, his leather glove making a soft, rhythmic sound against the velvet surface. The gaming hall is far from ruined, and the match unfolding here won't be their last. In the corridor, the citizens have lost all semblance of their former dignity. It seems they'll discard even the last of their belongings just to inch closer in the boarding line. Riot officers from the Los Prados Guard struggle to maintain order, and yet neither guns nor authority can quell the upper class's inherent ignorance. Damn it! Monzano promised me priority evacuation in person! He forcefully shoves aside the panicked onlookers, flashing the brilliant diamond on his knuckle right into the guard's nose. You uniformed thugs only trust cold hard cash, don't you? Yeah, I know, I get it. Damn you all. He spits curses as he yanks open his suitcase, digging through a hidden compartment for whatever he needs. Meanwhile, a woman carrying the moon umbrella slips into the waiting hall with poised, elegant steps. She catches the echo of that crude shouting and lets a disdainful smirk curl at her lips, as if mocking such shameless complaints. Feast your eyes on this. Lucky 38 Casino's gleaming platinum coin, handed out by Manzano herself. Go on, take it. Give it a big chomp to check if it's the real deal. Let's see if your teeth can handle it. He presses a palm-sized silver-gray disc into the guard's hand, the one struggling to keep the crowd at bay. This moment appears to offer everyone an outlet for their mounting anxiety, prompting them to scramble and show off anything that might secure their right to pass. I've clinched the Outstanding Citizen Award 3 years running. Even those bigwigs in the World Parliament bow their heads when they see me. A special pass issued by the Transatlantic United Airlines, granting indefinite clearance across all community territories. These are desperate times. Your rations must be running low, right? Here, take these emergency meal packs. Everyone, please, order. Gather your belongings and line up. A sharp tap from a metal-tipped umbrella pierces the chaotic clamor. On recognizing the once renowned socialite, the crowd abandons the guards and converges on this newly arrived figure. There's no need to panic. Madame Manzano has already laid out the evacuation plan. We've had ample time, but if you keep this up, I can't guarantee anything. For now, the Mojave Desert stands as this city's natural shield, keeping the corrupted outbreak at bay. Countless poor people across the globe are spilling blood for a single seat on a transport plane. Yet here you are, sheltered by the highest level of security, behaving like you've lost every shred of dignity. Where's that virtue you all pretend to uphold? She speaks with poised restraint, letting just enough reproach seep through. Never too strong, never too weak. But beneath it all, she feels nothing but disgust. Disaster is a chance for the ambitious to step into the spotlight, but these so-called elites choose to scurry like squealing vermin, surrendering to their pitiful urge to survive in the face of a threat that isn't even urgent. Besides, they once scoffed at the idea of a starship. Now they're seconds away from tearing each other apart just to get on board. Pathetic. Expendables like these are fit only to feed the bacteria in a petri dish. On a sinking cruise ship, there are gentlemen who lift their violins to play, hypocrites who don't hesitate to overpower women and children, even turning violent. How do you hold on to that final shred of decorum? In the end, the choice is yours. The crowd soon descends into bickering, but she refuses to spend another ounce of effort on them. Lilith finishes her words and slips through the narrow gap the guards have cleared, making her way to the far end of the boarding corridor. The blast doors of the massive spacecraft's observation bay glide apart with barely a whisper. This model is so cutting edge, so it's no surprise Corono is turning to Los Prados for resources. Where have you been? You've taken ages. I had some personal matters to attend to. Besides, there are far too many guests at the boarding gate. As usual, Lilith inclines her head in a slight bow. No need to fret over them. The seats we've set aside on the transport plane aren't going to be snatched by the corrupted. They always act that way. Even if you put them in heaven, they'd grumble it's colder than hell. Is everyone prepared to depart? She's hinting at something beneath the surface, but the extra implication feels unwarranted. The whole crew has been on standby, waiting for you. Care to weigh in? No offense intended, Let's get moving, shall we? Madame Monzano powers up the wall's touchscreen console and delivers her final instructions to the cockpit. A moment passes, and the metallic floor starts to quiver. The movement is so faint it's barely noticeable. Unlike those old-fashioned shuttles that depend on solid-fuel rockets for takeoff, this cold fusion craft delivers steady thrust while keeping passengers comfortably at ease. Only the thick layer of clouds sprawling across the floor-to-ceiling window reminds them they're pushing beyond the pull of gravity. The white haze thins out, giving way to a deep navy. Faint specks of starlight shimmer at the window's edge. The plane shifts its angle, and the softly curving horizon glides across the cabin window in a slow, steady spin. A towering steel blossom hangs above the rail, its blade-like petals cutting off part of the sunlight. That is the Eden II colony ship. In those violet-gray eyes, the ship's hull shimmers with reflected silver. Beneath that solid exterior lies the pinnacle of humanity's cosmic ambition, a sealed, self-sustaining ecosystem, a robust life support and industrial network, and a propulsion system powered by zero-point energy. We were meant to sail off with the hopes of civilization to lands no one has ever seen. But now, we've become the final note of the once golden age. According to the latest motion, our colony ship will be christened Babylonia. It's a name so fitting it borders on the ironic. Long ago, an ancient ruler spared no expense, nor mercy, to raise a garden in midair for Queen Semiramis. And now, humanity has fled beyond Earth's reach. And yet we would still drain our final reserves to appease a planet that no longer responds? From this point on, she becomes our last beacon on Earth's geostationary orbit. While the world's government and military have their own designs on reclaiming Earth, our struggle with Corona, well, we can't afford a single mishap. Her voice is as measured as the vessel sliding smoothly toward Babylonia spaceport, sounding more like a pardon directive than an outright order. I see. Auntie, has your deal with the counselor been finalized? She keeps her eyes on the window, seemingly spellbound by the massive starship's elegant yet imposing structure. All it cost us was a few passengers' priority to evacuate. An insignificant price to pay. It's only a matter of time before they're granted access to Babylonia. After all, I never forsake an honored guest who has aided Los Prados. Lilith doesn't dwell on how strange that promise sounds. She's drawn instead to something even more suspicious. So what you're implying, Aunt... Wait, this doesn't make sense. In the gleaming mirror-like window, Lilith notices the flicker of surprise forming on her own face. At times, she's amazed at how effortlessly she can pull off this charade. None of this makes sense. For instance, why is Aunt alone with only me by her side? What about her? Lilith already knows the answer deep down, but she still forces out her carefully shaped question, her voice trembling. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miha. She won't be joining us in Babylonia. Did I forget to mention? Discord was always an expendable pawn, and the deal's done. Written in Babylon, our Reconquista age has begun. One achievement, Rainbow Tail. Just for completing the stage, okay. Is the catastrophe sparked by the Zero-Point Reactor 1 an omen that the next phase of evolution is upon us? You realize that evolution always comes with elimination, don't you? A muffled voice, as though echoing through water, pierces Lilith's ears with a sudden, stinging jolt. Then a surge of warmth seeps into her ear canals, dragging her memory back into a seemingly endless void. There's a hematoma in the outer ear canal. We're unsure about any intracranial hemorrhage, in size and drain to halt the bleeding. The doctor's coat is now tattered and stained beyond recognition, polluted by metal shards and splashes of blood. The voice along the shore fades even further away, and yet she continues to sink, past the sunlit layer into the twilight depths. At the far end of the trench, a silent hospital corridor stretches out. Soft afternoon light, so unlike anything one can find beneath the ocean, envelops the pristine white interior in a gentle glow. December 25th, 2150. The digital clock displays an eerie date. 2 days after one of Lilith's teenage birthdays. 2197. The man fixes his gaze on the message terminal in his hand, issuing a low, uncertain hum. Sir, where are we? Hi again, Cole. How's your art going? Even with her memory nearly unmoored from all anchors, her caution remains a matter of pure instinct. She holds her tongue. In that moment, she realizes the person in front of her isn't even aware she exists. He keeps his entire focus locked on the terminal right in front of him. That mimetic corruption waits at the far end of the bridge, and yet can't solve what lies before us. Need more samples and crave more chances. No matter how the possibilities unfold, you can never obtain on your own. Without warning, the ceiling caves in. From the start. That's the reason you... She tries to gather her thoughts, but blinding light tears through her eyelids, jolting every nerve. You wrapped a sketch, so now you're playing some Mario Kart? Ooh, fun! Are you playing the new one, or one of the older ones? Get your filthy hands off me! Her limbs are locked down against cold metal. She can feel the same unforgiving surface under her body. The intel we salvaged from Court before winter isn't complete. We're already pushing the experiment's replication to its very limit. The tantalum-193 copolymer is highly compatible, but during data transfer, an unknown signal source breaches her memory. We suspect it stems from those early experiments, leaving behind an irreversible trauma in the brain. Her eyelashes clamp down on her eyes like iron prison bars, the sharp sting blurring her brain's ability to register what she sees. Her hearing remains unnervingly sharp, guiding her from the cell to the courtroom where her final judgment awaits. Okay, so you're playing 8 Deluxe on the first Switch. Fun! I don't think I have 8 Deluxe, but I do have Mario Kart 8. I think for Wii U it first was, and I enjoyed it. Worthless. And I went so far as to make her our test subject 1. Begin the biohazard purge. Shut down all life support immediately. No, this is impossible. She staked her very existence on a platinum chip, only to have the haughty dealer cast her aside like worthless scrap? When it comes down to it, what could that voice possibly know of real pain? She's never even felt the slightest brush of true danger. Shut that filthy, festering mouth of yours, right now! A chaotic fury rips from her throat, and with it, a surge of thick, viscous fluid breaks out. She can barely breathe. Shut up! Shut up! Continue the surgery! She struggles against her bindings, but the spikes burrow even deeper beneath her skin with every movement. Her vision cuts through her lashes, only to retreat back into the depths of her mind as the shadowless lamp's searing heat forces it away. But she won't stop here. Lucky Lucky 38 Casino, the platinum chip. Yeah. You can make so many decisions for me. But this absolutely will not be one of them! Continue. Understood. Pain floods through her, and she feels her consciousness slip away once again. She's becoming a construct.
The new you is the culmination of every choice you've made. Don't let hesitation stifle your ambition, Lilith.
Did I forget to mention?
There are many things you could call pawns, but my beloved dolls are off limits.
It's up to you. Go all in or fold. You're the lucky customer. You look pathetic. Come on, Commandant. Watch them drown in their desire.
A new life will soon rise from the ashes. Babylonia isn't a sanctuary, it's a tomb. If you weren't going to bleed for it, you're fooling anyone.
Come on, Commandant. Watch them drown in their desire. It's up to you. Go all in or fold. You're the lucky customer.
That ship was never going to keep everyone alive. Only my colony ship can usher in a new golden age.
You're the lucky customer. You look pathetic. Come on, Commandant. Watch them drown in their desire.
Living in the past. A tempting notion. But what's the difference between that and being a fossil? Mr.
yeah.
Vonnegut, it seems the Ascension Network has indeed granted you unique powers.
You haven't let me down. But those who crave power must first prove they can handle it.
Oh, is that a challenge or an invitation? Either way, you didn't think I'd chicken out, did you?
Oh. Just give me a moment and I'll explain some stuff
Thank
to you.
for such an exhilarating game, sir. I'll take this punishing virus source code as my reward.
Let's see how big the winner's pot is. Honorable Commandant.
So, we spent a while following Lilith before she became a construct, living in a place called Los Prados, which is pretty clearly like an analog to Las Vegas. She works under her aunt. I'm doing air quotes here. Madame Manzano, who's this, like, you know, wealthy mogul who owns pretty much all of Los Prados, and also like a former research head whose research project was canned. But she's trying to get her research back off the ground. There's been some internal politics within the faction of Corono, which, if you know earlier Punishing Grey Raven storylines, is this very shady, evil organization that Monzano is involved with formerly, but still kind of involved with. It's complicated. But yeah, there's been some internal politics, lots of people at each other's throats, and Lilith is just her sort of little assassin. Or so she thinks, because Lilith is actually working with Vonnegut. And I believe what we just saw is Lilith going through her construct modification surgery and becoming an Ascendant with the help of Vonnegut, which does seem to imply that this is happening in the pre-reset timeline. System rebooting. Reboot complete. Oh, I should ask, does that summarize things well enough for you? Initializing simulated consciousness. Establishing visual feed. Vectored augmentation frame. ID 038. Access confirmed. Okay, good. VAF-38. Boot sequence successful. A sequence of precise spiderweb patterns flickers across her vision, finally halting on the 5th line. Moments later, her vision snaps back into perfect clarity. Lilith instinctively stretches out her hands. The delicate lace gloves have vanished, revealing stark mechanical joints in their place. Here, have a sip. It'll do you good. The doctor hands her a clear IV bag, a thin tube already attached. Electrolyte. From here on out, we'll have to adapt to this. What do the Lucky 38 Casino and Platinum Chip play? The Lucky 38 Casino is one of the casinos that Madame Monzano, owns. And I think Lilith worked there. The Platinum Chip was just a metaphor. Basically, Lilith said, I think she said something like, she bet everything on a Platinum Chip just to be thrown aside by a careless dealer. The careless dealer being Monzano, who was ready to basically pull the plug on her at the first sign of complication during her construct surgery. She takes Lilith's hesitation for confusion. I get it. I mean, do you have any alcohol flavor options? The newly formed construct rises from the operating table, testing the flexibility of her wrists. She then looks to the nearby surgeon and voices a surprisingly bold request. She glances toward Monzano with a trace of confusion, clearly looking for approval. If her friend can take it, then let her have the drink. As you wish, madam. The doctor withdraws a slender, test tube-shaped vial from the chilled cabinet beside the operating table. In essence, it works just like standard medical-grade alcohol. A pain reliever and disinfectant. Excellent. Just what I need. She unseals it and downs the liquid in a single gulp. Then she flicks out the tip of her purple tongue, licking away every last trace from the corners of her lips. That subtle, artful disarray swiftly yields to the refined grace that comes so naturally to her. During my surgery, I must have blurted out some wild things to you, Aunt, didn't I? If you're free later, Maybe we can head over to that bar by Dominic Memorial Plaza. Her apology is rudely interrupted. You survived a procedure that should have been impossible to pull off. The outcome I see is right before me. As for the unpleasant moments along the way, I'm willing to pretend they never occurred. So spare me the phony niceties. Before Lilith can speak, Monzano presses on with her words. Compared to those trivial games we played before, the challenges to come are where the real danger begins. If you really believe you owe me a debt, then brace yourself, because you'll be the first to walk into hell. Alright, get up now. She motions for Lilith to step away from the operating table, issuing orders to the doctors at the same time. We need to gather the surgical data and reconstruct the mind's data module, which is slowly succumbing to corruption. We'll submit the report as soon as we can. She departs the operating room with her team following close behind. Challenges to come? Come to think of it, are you actually moving forward with construct experiments now, Aunt? There's no judgment in her tone, just a cool, factual statement. Principles are meaningless in a high-stakes power struggle. If one rule stands above all, it's that winning is everything. In the brief span of the Lost Pradas blockade, the military wastes no time, swiftly sending combat constructs to active battle. Punishing knocked over our old chessboard, and now the Eden III, built for starbound travel with its advanced ecosystem, won't be launching anytime soon. We used to stand on our own, free from Corona and the World Government Parliament's grip. Now we may be under someone else's roof, but there's no way we'll become pawns for Hassan and his lot. As you said, Aunt, they hold a stranglehold on construct technology. How are we supposed to stand a chance? Dressing up blatant opportunism as quick thinking is something Lilith has seen over and over in Los Prados, an underhanded move she knows all too well. Yet the truly perceptive ones always end up on top in the end, so she holds back the scornful remark on the tip of her tongue. The first-generation military constructs were nothing more than a stopgap for fighting in high punishing zones. From the stability of their mind to the physical resistance, they all fall short. The intel you've gathered on Project Winter is incomplete, and Corona's technological progress, built up ever since Project Cathilla, has become remarkably advanced. Just because Corona may choose to conceal their power doesn't mean I will follow suit. Hold your ace close, but never hesitate to demonstrate your prowess. True strength is the bedrock of any fair competition. She knows exactly what her aunt wants to hear, effortlessly repeating the lessons etched into her memory. Good. Looks like the memory transfer hasn't wiped out your memories. Madame Monzano allows herself a satisfied smile. Once they see our next generation frames, the military has no choice but to join forces with us. Monzano guides Lilith from the surgery suite into the hallway. Beyond the porthole, Sea of Stars remains eternally still. Come on, I'll show you the trump card that helped us win back Babylonia. You're an exceptional breakthrough, but trust me, you won't be the last. They weave through the ship's labyrinth of corridors, constantly passing mechanics, officials, and soldiers. Ah! Hi there! Hi Kieran! Hi Ryugen! Hi Aru! How are all of you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, Kieran! Hi Drago! Oh, wait, what were you playing earlier? I didn't see. Also, I hope you had fun tonight. Ah, you were playing more Rune Factory. I figured. But I didn't see a notification on my phone. I don't know if I didn't get it or if I just didn't see it. Yeah, I just didn't see it. No, I didn't. But anyway, I hope you had fun. And I hope the samurai dating is going well. Here I'm doing another story chapter in Punishing Grey Raven. This one is called Deceivers Rapture. And it features a villain character named Lilith. She's got a lot of gambler themes about her. And she's in a bunch of shady shit. I'm learning a lot about her backstory though, which I didn't really know anything about, so that's fun. But yeah, I hope you had a really good time tonight. Thank you everyone from Kieran's community for coming and saying hi. But if you're tired after streaming, obviously, go ahead and take a break. I don't know exactly how much longer I'll be streaming. I want to at least make it to the halfway point of this chapter. Because I shouldn't stay up too late. You've got to get ready for bed and work, but you hope I have a great evening? Thank you so much, Kieran. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I hope you sleep well before work. And I hope your work goes well. Have a good time! Bye-bye! Yeah. Alright, so let's get back into it. Everyone appears pressed by tasks too critical to pause for even a second. No one so much as slows down. Lilith notices someone she recognizes among the crowd. Ah, Mr. Kephart. That's the last person who struck a deal with Auntie before everyone pulled out. The blonde man stands there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Oh, you're Lilith. He quickly meets Madame Manzano's gaze. So, the experiment was a success. Madame Manzano stays quiet, offering him a non-committal look. The construct in the magician's hat steps in with an old-fashioned display of etiquette, diffusing the awkwardness hanging in the air. Yes, I owe it all to my aunt's dedicated care. And we couldn't have done it without the groundwork Corona laid back then. If my aunt hadn't held on to those old Project Winter files, I doubt I'd still be standing here today. It's a genuine, radiant smile. Even her slender lashes quiver softly with the delight in her voice. In these grim times, uplifting news like this is exactly what we need. A man's commanding voice echoes off the metal corridor walls and portholes, and for a split second, he feels like he's delivering a campaign speech. Alright, that'll do. We're in Babylonia, not some gated enclave on the East Coast. Anyone still standing has been battered by this war to hell and back. I really doubt your tired slogans will land you any votes now. She obviously has a hidden meaning behind her words, and Kephart is fully aware of it. No, we don't know what his first name is, Cole. The blonde man lowers his voice. Rest assured, as soon as the moment is ripe, I'll introduce a proposal before the Parliament to reassess construct technology. Naturally, that means I'll be severing all ties with Corono and the military in one swift move. A mischievous glint sparks across his face once again. When the time comes, I'll be counting on your support, madam. He brazenly takes Monzano's hand in his, and bestows a hand kiss that's short on subtlety, yet bursting with theatrical flair. Ew. Then he makes a brisk retreat, heading opposite the path the two have taken. Listen, I'm all for shows of outdated chivalry, but it's really gotta be from someone you want it to be from. If someone did a hand kiss thing to me, and I didn't want to get a hand kiss from them, no. If I did want it, though, that changes everything. I know exactly what you're about to ask. Don't worry, I've already taken your reward into account. Babylonia Orbital Transport System. A towering hologram flares to life at the corridor's far end. Get in. Around 5 minutes later, the ship's transport module eases to a stop alongside a platform. In contrast to the earlier experimental facility, this spot is eerily silent, like a hospital basement morgue. The place is deserted. No crowds, no announcements. Even the constant mechanical rumble from deep inside the massive hull is barely audible. Monzano guides Lilith to the blast-proof door at the far edge of the platform. Iris scan in progress. Madam Adriana Monzano. Construct code UAF07. Welcome. Okay, so she's a construct too. Construct. She takes in sharp, startled breath. A metal exoskeleton, an over-the-top hat, and not even a single bird feather out of place. It's hard to believe that beneath such stately finery, every shred of flesh has been replaced by synthetic fluid and mechanical parts. Otherwise, why do you think you're test subject 1 instead of 0? You should be grateful, my dearest niece. Long before you set foot on the operating table, someone else went through every danger so you wouldn't have to. Lilith seethes with anger, but she's not surprised. The imposing woman before her always believes she can bend everything to her will. That agony, Ant went through it long before I did. I'm truly sorry for losing my composure during the procedure. She takes satisfaction in knowing her frame mind can mimic speech just as seamlessly as a human brain. I've already mentioned that you'll have plenty of chances to repay me down the line. Monzano steps into the room beyond the threshold. Voice-activated white lights flare to life with a steady crackle, like tiny bolt explosions, illuminating the pitch-black corridor step by step. The incubation pods line up in perfect rows at the heart of the chamber. The constructs deployed by both the military and Corona function in high-density zones thanks to something called the Inver device. Put simply, we introduce a minuscule amount of punishing virus crystals as an antigen. By calibrating the neutralization process in a confined space around the subject, we generate a bubble in which the virus concentration remains low, even absent. You might as well call it a blocking antenna. I bet that type of frame can't stay in a high-risk zone for very long, can it? I feel the same. Thanks to Godwin's research, I come to understand that the mind functions just like any other organ, no different from the human brain. If human organs are capable of generating antibodies, then constructs can develop them as well. What are you implying, Ant? If toxins are unavoidable, why not filter them out? My construct doesn't need one of those bulky antenna shields. I went with a dialyzer instead. There's a built-in suppressor in my frame. That's also why you and I don't have that unsightly bump on our heads. Though the madam's arrogance is just as unrelenting as ever, ultimately, embracing the punishing is still the right course of action. Lilith barely bats an eye. If her aunt had arrived at the same conclusion as Corono, that would have truly let her down. Assume the built-in shielding allows the frame to endure longer in a high-intensity viral zone. But what if the virus density surpasses the circulation rate's threshold? That's my next challenge to tackle. The mind and the brain are one and the same. Of all people, you should know the brain can be transplanted. Bodies are easy to produce. If you decide to make them, there's no limit to how many you can create. Virus filtering, memory backup. Within mere minutes, Monsanto puts forth two utterly outrageous concepts, treating them as if they were perfectly valid technical proposals. Then, does Discord know about this? She went ahead and shattered the unspoken taboo they had both silently acknowledged. Oh, I almost forgot. She's staying behind at the Corono ground installation. Given how the fighting's going, she's likely wrapped up her upgrades by now. Then again, it's still just the outdated model. Before presenting the new generation of construct tech to the Parliament, I need a control group that will really sell the idea. There's some data we can't get through official means in Babylonia, but Discord should be wrapping up that collection any moment now. The surface is dangerous. She offers no judgment, speaking in a cold, detached tone that only states the facts. I have a reward set aside for you, but don't expect it to come for free. You'll have to earn it on your own. Corona's construct data alone won't suffice. I also need concrete proof that the internal suppression system is reliable. I'm handpicking only the most capable civilians from Babylonia for enhancement. Once modified, they'll deploy to the surface in these specialized frames, gathering real-time combat data. And your last trial is to find her before the punishing virus engulfs Discord entirely. That alone will decide whether you pass. Don't get me wrong. If she were to die, it'd be a lot harder for me to acquire that valuable data. Now wouldn't it? Our goals have always been in perfect sync. You know, that's actually quite rare for a family. She continues to rile Lilith, convinced she's in the right at every turn. No, that's not it. It's just that your plan covers every detail. I'm honestly taken aback, Aunt. Monzano answers the praise with a frosty laugh. She then steps forward, letting her fingertips glide over the polished surfaces of row upon row of incubation pods. Be it Project Bokonon or Project Winter, both are designed to help humanity conquer our final imagined test. That test has moved from the stars to the punishing virus, but the drive toward evolution will never cease. Sometimes Lilith can't help but admire her resolve. Beyond her careful planning, everything is guesswork. Yet through constant trial and error, she always manages to find that faint glimmer of a correct answer. But in truth, it's barely more than a fleeting touch. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It's simply your frame adjusting. Now, which of you was asking for that alcohol-flavored electrolyte? Lilith doesn't bother acknowledging the sneer. She simply presses her fingertips to her temple. She pulls a condensed data fragment from the backup in her mind, a single trace left by an unknown signal source during that seemingly successful modification procedure. Axioms are always this straightforward. It's a fragment of punishing virus code. Vonnegut's special gift to her, delivered through the Ascension Network. Babylonia stands as humankind's last hope, but together, we can make that hope dazzle all the more. Whoever claims the city atop the highest peak will be the one to reign over the new world. Aunt calls out once more, snapping her back from her brief daydream. The time for our counter-strike begins now. Alright. The newcomer. Serve the incomprehensible target. Serve the unfillable hollow. I have no idea what that means. God, he looks so weird as a blonde. It throws me off every time I see it. Oh my, little girl, are you having trouble following along? I've never even heard of the Pollard Agency. Given Corona's clout, it's no surprise that all sorts of shady types want to ride on our coattails. The man waves off the newly enhanced construct in front of him, impatience etched across his face. Mission report. Day 182 post-disaster. Los Prados' defensive perimeter collapsed. Nelis Air Force Base, fully overrun by the corrupted. Critical intel remains unsecured. Potential exposure threatens operational integrity. Showing no hint of emotion, the construct goes over the briefing she's given at least 5 times before. Stop! Anyway, would you mind ditching that ridiculous mask? This is part of my battlefield sensor suite. It's designed to work in sync with human immune and regulatory systems. She keeps her real reason to herself. Fully revealing her face would only expose more emotion. Exactly what she wants to avoid right now. Ugh. Anyway, your isolation review is over. Dismissed. Where to after dismissal? This is your transfer order. You're now part of the Purifying Force under direct command of Military HQ. First, report to Commander Nicola. If anything else comes up, take it to your new captain, Bianca. Collins swipes across the screen a few times with his thick-knuckled fingers, then turns the terminal toward Discord to display the official document. Roger. The maid-like construct pivots on her heel and exits the briefing room. The gaunt man, silent until now as he leans against the wall, straightens up and fixes his gaze on Collins. Are you sure this is the right way to settle things? She's done more than fulfill her duty. Thanks to punishing, that old pest Manzano is no longer our concern, and Discord's unwavering loyalty has only confirmed it once again. With a slow, deliberate motion, Collins pulls out a pouch of chewing tobacco, tears open the wrapper, and tips the gray-brown pellets into his mouth. As for Polangoski, he aggressively scrunches the wrapping paper into a wad and casually flings it into the trash can under the table, not giving it a second thought. The Nelis Air Force Base? Is that something significant? I don't know what that is. If that has significance, I'm not sure what it is. His companion catches on right away, yet he still breathes out a soft sigh. Leave the old world's affairs to the old world. Bro, you're pretty smart. Bro. He maintains that cruel grin, as though he's wearing the unchanging mask of a Greek tragedian. Tragedy. Oh, a character mentioned it earlier? Yeah. Anyway, I'll deal with that old lady's problem later. Since the outbreak, the fighting on the surface is largely under control. Our main priority is making sure our people reclaim these key positions of authority. This deal is supposed to be our once-in-a-lifetime chance. Who would have guessed Trillard would give his life for the cause in such a devastating way? If only we all had that kind of resolve. I still can't shake the feeling that something's off. With a skeptical edge to his voice, List cuts right through the hollow sentiment. When did you turn into such a worrywart? Everyone who's ever teamed up with him is accustomed to his confrontational style, but List simply goes on sharing his ideas. You're right. Protecting every seat on the Parliament is absolutely vital to us. All of this is becoming very familiar to you. I see. So in the midst of the Great Evacuation, we marshaled vast support fleets and armed units to guarantee that those world government officials and lawmakers loyal to Corono reach Babylonia safely. But after Kefart brings Discord back from the Lost Prados spaceport to Corono, he simply vanishes. He picks up the terminal on the desk, brings up the Discord's report, and skims through the details. There's no record of his whereabouts. His last known appearance was on the day of the outbreak. Maybe they're living under an alias. Day in and day out, they're buried under secret dealings. Bet you know exactly how that feels, huh, bro? And you swear you haven't played Punishing Grey Raven before? Okay, if you say so. I don't really doubt you. Wouldn't it be nice if someday I could just live as a regular person, drifting along without a care? There's really nothing bad about that, after all. Instead of a disposable playboy, I'm more interested in the one pulling the strings behind him. In a heartbeat, the man's gaze sharpens with fierce resolve. This is yet another red flag. Whoever is pulling the strings behind Kefart. Up to now, we've had no confirmation of Trout's location. Want to hear the truth from me? Do I really have any other option? Collins gives a sharp, icy chuckle. Someone that fascinated by this research, even before the outbreak, can't just be a curious writer. If he really is still alive, then when we finally meet again, we have to decide how to harness his power for Corono. List sets the terminal down on the table. He purses his lips, as though he's turning over their last exchange in his mind. Need it back? The man's face twists into bizarre shapes as he chews, but he somehow finds time to call out to his companions. You know I don't mess with that stuff. So you're the new hire, right? Well, it's been a while since I've seen him. Purifying Force Construct, Discord. I need to report to Captain Bianca. Hello there, I'm Damon. That person you just met, you can call him Issa. Wait, I know him. Where do I know him from? The carefree construct sidles, rattling off his own introduction as if it's the most natural thing in the world. I am Asarius. Captain Bianca is on a ground mission, while we head off for our morning drills. Head to your quarters and get comfortable. If it piques your interest, join me in the training zone once you're settled. Roger. We're all on equal footing here. No need for formalities. Alright, I'm heading out now. Catch you later. The construct's shoulder plate bears the silent eye insignia of the Purifying Force, unmistakably on display. Why does Damon look kinda... Kind of what, Cole? Kind of what? I tease. Discord reflexively recalls a motto that echoes the symbol's meaning. Ever vigilant. Realizing she might never break free from the same logic for the rest of her life, she's surprised to feel a sense of relief. Orders, missions, schedules. That is for the best. She serves a purpose she does not understand, nor does she have to, an insatiable void that can never be filled. She powers on the terminal in the maintenance bay. Purifying Force mission data system. Targets. That's the one she's destined to take down with her own hands. Warzone directory. These are the post-operation cleanup duties she's been tasked with moving forward. Babylonia Military Department. Active construct roster. She senses a wave of vital fluid roil in her chest. This. She doesn't wait another second. She opens the search interface. Then she enters the one name she can never forget. She nearly feels grateful to Kurono. Ever since her augmentation, her mind can interface with an endless flow of knowledge and data. What used to seem like a grand quest, learning every letter, turns into a simple starter skill in the blink of an eye. But she wishes more than anything that it was that person who taught her everything. Eleanor Sinclair. No results found. Eleanor. No results found. She doesn't hold much hope to begin with, so this result doesn't catch her off guard. In the depths of this towering warship, there isn't a single secret the Purifying Force can't uncover. And every inch of barren surface land, infested by hetero creatures and the corrupted, will be the stage for her countless missions ahead. Oh, that was your mistake, Discord. You didn't search her other name, because maybe you don't know it. Lilith. No matter how far that person's gone, Discord is determined to track her down. Okay, against their will. But none of this has anything to do with the outcasts living on the streets. The same metal walls, the same low ceiling. Even with the advanced airflow circulation in Babylonia, the air remains just as heavy and clinging as before. Why don't you tell me where the members of the Pollard Agency come from, Ms. Palingoski? By Collins' standards, he's actually speaking quite gently at the moment. Still, the woman wants no part of the dagger behind his smile. You already know everything. Pollard Orphanage. You kidnapped those children. I never forced them into anything. They were all children with nowhere else to go. And frankly, back in the beginning, almost every candidate was brought in by Rosewater. And that guy? He's been dead for years, right? Let me check. The cause of death. With a deliberately over-the-top flourish, Collins pulls a dusty old mission report on the terminal screen. Abandoning the Lost Pradas intelligence station, using Manzano to eliminate him, giving Discord more operational freedom. These were all the old man's own orders. This isn't a plea, it's a statement of fact. She knows that no amount of truth will change the outcome of this hearing. Now, where were we? Child candidates. Let's continue. Children are far more manageable, and their bodies adapt so much more readily. Thanks to the agency's efforts, Kurono now commands a fully trained corps of operatives. During those grueling days when we challenged the World Government Security Intelligence Bureau, the Pollard Agency stood as our most dependable sword and shield. Oh? He lets out a low, twisted snort of a laugh. You really think sweet-talking your way through this will knock a few years off your sentence? Don't forget, the Pollard Orphanage wasn't founded just to train agents. If your story holds up, then why did the Pollard Agency switch to recruiting adults later on? Gestalt, the zero-point engine, budget proposals. When the organization handed all their precious intel over to the old man, no one bothered to ask where we got our agents. Don't get me wrong, That old man has no intention of overlooking your contribution. But you know how it goes. After all, Babylonia inherited the world government's authority, and so we still have to abide by the rules. Ever vigilant. Keep Corona's interests above all else. What else do you want to hear? The former intelligence director suddenly grows weary of the status quo. She has interrogated countless individuals, and deep down she's always known betrayal would one day come knocking at her door. But she's never been the kind of person who just stands there and takes a beating. What have you sacrificed? Anyone who only scrapes by to save their own skin has no right to judge me. She snaps back with a fierce retort. What have I sacrificed? My peace, my kindness? Are those the trite answers you're looking for? Make no mistake, you're not pushing Corona's agenda. You're putting it all on the line for the future of humankind. Rules, bylaws, and so-called humanitarian acts rushed through just to keep people quiet. If we actually stuck to them, we wouldn't even be able to form our first construct line of defense when the punishing virus strikes. We're all damned by our own deeds, and we've thrown away every ounce of our dignity for the sake of someone else's tomorrow. Don't question where I stand. The muscles in his cheeks pull tight, carving deep lines, raw fury that stands in stark contrast to his former polished facade. And please, don't make this difficult for me. File an official interrogation report with the Parliament, and we'll leave all this behind us. As soon as we confirm that we're no longer breaking anyone's voluntary rights, both the Construct Research Initiative and Project Winter can resume full steam ahead. Collins rarely ever loses his composure, but for Corona to establish a foothold in Babylonia, and for his bold vision to truly take root, he's willing to set aside his own pride. Evolution doesn't wait for anyone, and neither does the ever-escalating punishing calamity. When we selected those children all those years ago, we cared about more than just their natural talents. We place great importance on the mind. This little town starts off as just an Air Force Base accessory, until a wealthy mogul named Fred Sinclair invests generously and transforms it into an oasis of milk and honey deep in the desert. Casinos, luxury resorts, biome parks brimming with synthetic life, and round-the-clock festivities. Los Prados is a city built to revel in unbridled pleasure. Whenever the streamlined Silver Express glides across the desert, there's always at least one traveler who isn't napping or savoring their meal. With a single glance outside, that fortunate onlooker spots a shimmering skyline at the horizon of endless sand and cacti. So sudden, yet so captivating. Under the glaring sun or the silvery moon, the Lucky 38 Casino's spiral tower rises beside the crimson peaks on the horizon, its radiance stirring hearts with every glimmer. In that very moment, the first traveler to witness this breathtaking view often goes rigid with awe, unable to tear their gaze away. Then, as soon as they recover, they call out to everyone on board the special train. "It's Los Prados! We've made it!" But none of this has anything to do with the outcasts living on the streets. There's no sign saying I can't park here. The man shoots an annoyed look at his hydrogen-powered car parked by the curb. The nearby meter blinks a bold pay. Unfortunately, his beloved ride has already been impounded. Let me check. During rush hour, parking on Central Avenue is off limits. Everywhere else follows the standard rate with fee breakdown charged by the hour. He leans forward, squinting at the microscopic, almost insect-sized text beneath the fare display, quietly reading it under his breath. Fine, fine. It's bad enough the arcade bleeds me dry. Now this crummy road has to pick my pockets too. You want my money? Sure, take it. The man wears a long, suffering expression and runs the card he's carrying across the console. Nothing happens on the display, and the red lock light under the tire stubbornly stays lit. Gotta be kidding me. This dump still makes you pay with tokens? He slams his foot against the fare meter's thin post, pouring all his anger into a rebellion against these merciless rules. Wow, what a dinosaur. Even the dealers are AI these days. Why make such a fuss over tiny details? If I still had a single copper or gold coin to my name, do you really think I'd be in such a hurry? He grumbles non-stop, circling the vehicle as if he might magically unlock it just by walking around. Sir? Excuse me, sir? He has no idea there's a little figure in a cloak standing right behind him. It's a blue-haired girl whose dirty cheeks make him think of the grimy smears you'd see on old machinery when it fails. Look, I'm sorry. I've already had the worst day. Go find someone else to bother. As if he's still fuming, he throws one last furious glare at the sprawling entertainment complex in the distance. See over there? Those folks are rolling in cash, more than they could ever spend. If you can find your way in, don't be shy. Just ask them for whatever you need. No, that's not it. I can help you. Without another word, the wandering girl walks directly to the fare meter. From under her cloak, she produces a simple necklace, a thin cord threaded through a small piece of metal. Hi there, Yuliara? Is that how you pronounce it? Damn, is that rolling? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Whoa, hold on! What do you think you're doing? She pays no mind to the driver's frantic shouts. Instead, she lifts the thin cord and gingerly slips the metal piece into the fare meter's coin slot. Ugh. His expression shifts as realization dawns on him. And he steps back to watch the spectacle unfold before his eyes. Oh, from the hit game, Library of Ruina. I see. I know basically nothing about that game. The girl gauges her force with pinpoint accuracy. Click. Did it work? Yes. The indicator flickers for green for a split second, instantly erasing the source of the driver's mounting frustration on the dashboard. The girl takes the slender cord and carefully wraps it around the metal shard, as if cradling an infant in soft blankets. Little girl. He runs a hand along his chin, eyeing the security lock that was cracked in no time. With a soft tisk, he offers a mock-impressed remark. But really, what's the point? I'm guessing you don't have any fancy gadget to receive money transfers anyway. So tell me, how should I pay you back? Once he opens the car door, his voice shifts into a blatantly insincere drawl. If fate allows us to meet again someday, then perhaps we... It's alright, sir. If you ever come across another child like me, someone still holding onto their food vouchers or tokens, please remember to lend them a hand. The cloaked girl does a small twirl, flips out of the parking space, and vanishes swiftly around the corner. Beneath the umbrella across the street, a sharply dressed agent observes everything with unwavering focus. Her nerves are on edge. Vigilance is second nature, but that minor incident just moments ago left her unaware of her surroundings. She's being followed. To make matters worse, the alley ahead is a dead end. I'd like to have a chat with you, if that's alright. It's nothing like she expected. There's not a trace of menace in his voice. He even keeps a few paces back, giving her plenty of space to breathe. For now, at least she's not in any trouble. Let's play a game. He retrieves a small metal disc, no bigger than a thumb, from his suit pocket and shows it in the center of his palm. This little coin isn't like those flashy tokens you can only use at the City of Entertainment. Back when Los Prados was just a humble ranching town, long, long ago, people used coins like this as real money. He keeps it as brief as possible while explaining where the game item comes from. So, what's it worth in credit these days? In that instant, the man allows himself the slightest of smiles. Don't worry. Any seasoned collector with a keen eye knows just how valuable this antique is. Got a good look? The front side shows an old man's portrait, and on the back. He balances the circular token on the back of his hand, then gives it a light flick with his fingertip. It looks like a vicious bird, with some strange letters I can't decipher. She can make out the spinning coin's tiniest details from here. Her keen vision is nothing short of extraordinary. Satisfied, he moves the conversation forward. We'll play with this coin. If you win, you can keep it. She keeps her face tucked beneath the cloak, wary of being seen, yet she still gives a small nod. The rules are simple. I'll flip this coin and catch it. Before I open my hand, you tell me. Will it be the old man's face or the eagle? I understand. Let's begin. He tosses the small coin into the air with a sharp flick of his thumb and forefinger, then spreads his other hand wide, suspended in midair. The instant the coin meets his skin, he slams his fist shut with unyielding force. The old man. The stranger extends his hand, each finger unfolding with deliberate care. In the sunlight, the weathered portrait of an old man shimmers like a gem. The girl stands motionless, lifting her head for just a moment. In her eyes, he glimpses a flicker of fear, wariness, and an unspoken plea. He inches closer, step by measured step. As promised, this is yours now. Like a wary stray drawn in by the promise of food, the girl shuffles closer in tiny steps, her eyes locked on that circular object. In a flash, she slips her hand out from beneath her cloak and snatches her belonging from the man's palm. That coin you're so fond of, what does it look like? Think I could have a peek? The girl jolts backward in a sudden, startled step. That's definitely not a coin. It's something left behind on that puppy. With the prize she just won growing warm in her hand, a sudden pang of sadness washes over her. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't even asked your name yet. I'm Rosewater, the tailor. It's as though a single word hit a raw nerve. The girl's lips start quivering. Discord. My name is Discord. With those words, she takes out a tiny bundle tied with a thin cord, revealing just a corner of her precious treasure under his gaze. Only now does he notice. It isn't a coin at all. It's a dog tag, with dried bloodstains from long ago still visible. Discord. Have you come across a place called Pollard Orphanage before? He doesn't want to do this. He never puts stock in destiny. Even though these homeless children are a burden no authority wants to claim, they still receive vaccinations at the temporary shelter to protect public health. Because of this, every potential candidate's file is documented in exhaustive detail. But luck is beyond genetic measurement, and it's one of the key factors in the lateral screening process. The instant he poses his question, he has already condemned the girl, yet he has no choice but to follow through. The psychological assessment is finished. Candidate Discord has successfully cleared the final evaluation. Take her to see the others and don't forget the plastic restraints. Then go over the basic rules with her again. Leaving the rare paper files on the desk, the woman steps away and exits the room. Rosewater keeps his eyes fixed on the anatomical chart hanging behind the door. The vivid hand-sketched illustration is unsettling. A tangle of red, yellow, and white forming a bizarre, petal-like shape. It's the human brain. May the Lord forgive us. A training uniform isn't bad at all. Compared to some ragged cloak, this thing's practically comfortable. Yet for children who wander the alleys, cleanliness feels almost offensive. The clothes they expect to be grimy but comforting are instead polished smooth, like the carved reliefs you'd find in a gaudy entertainment hall. First rule: you must remain in either your standard uniform or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. Second, follow the instructor's whistle in every command, no exceptions. Third, you must strap your wrists to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night. A slender, well-defined hand offers a bright orange-yellow bar, roughly the width of 2 fingers. This is your dorm. Tomorrow at 5 on the dot, the whistle sounds for a wake-up. Meet in the courtyard for morning drills. Don't be late. She peers at the flat, ordinary-looking tool, constantly flickering in her eyes as she wonders what it might be. She doesn't notice her contact slipping out of the room, nor does she sense the growing cluster of hostile stares creeping ever closer. Hey, new kid! Hey, I'm talking to you! Didn't you hear me? At the command of the 2 leading the group, the gathered children surge forward, driving the girl into a corner by the door. Where are you from? She stands there, a bit out of it, her thoughts lingering on that slender piece in her hand. Maybe it's because this is the first time in days she's had a proper meal. The woman dressed in lavish attire just brings her to the deserted orphanage cafeteria for a spread of ham slices, mashed potatoes soaked in gravy, and crushed chocolate cookies. The sudden rush of sugar seems like a luxury her mind can't quite process, slowing her down considerably. Could she be mute? The ringleader ends her remark with an exaggerated, mocking laugh. The children burst into laughter. It's not really out of malice. It's more like they're simply following the crowd. I can speak. After a pause, she lifts her head and offers the simplest possible reply. So you can speak after all. Guess that makes you a dope instead of a mute. When did we start letting dimwits in here? That old hag's really gone off her rocker. This suffocating brutality is a whole new extreme, especially when set against the calculated apathy the adults once displayed. Listen up. The Lard doesn't take in freeloaders. Make sure you finish that reflex training properly. Only then can we eat well, sleep well. If anyone starts slowing us down, we'll... She lunges forward, practically flattening Discord against the wall. She has no idea what reflex training is, but she understands all too well the fate that awaits her if she disobeys. I understand. The newcomer's voice is utterly devoid of emotion, sounding almost mechanical. Their brazen malice feels like a punch landing on soft padding, leaving the bullies completely off balance. What are you holding in your hand? The sidekick spots something odd about the girl's other hand and roughly wraps his own fingers around it. He's so strong that Discord can't help but be taken aback. A group of unfamiliar kids seizes the tag. Give it back. No sooner does she shout than she feels her arms locked in place by the culprits. And just like that, the metal tag lands in the ringleader's hands. So it's two circles, right? A stick and... The girl locks her gaze on the pattern, looking completely baffled. It's a sight Discord knows well. Any kid who's never had a proper education and ends up begging on the streets, there's that same look the moment they see writing. Free her! A piercing voice rings out from the bunk at the far end of the dorm. To Discord's surprise, the crowd parts of its own accord. Second, follow the instructor's whistle and every command, no exceptions. But that was no simple whistle. A tall silhouette drifts toward the entrance, each step placed with a dancer's precise grace. Compared to those rowdy brats, they might as well be from another planet. Hello there, I'm Eleanor. Welcome to Pollard. A stranger graciously offers a hand to Discord. The ones who used to torment her feel no trace of that same delight. They shrink away, as if they've just caught a whiff of some unseen plague. What is this weird stuff? I'm giving it back! She jolts as if a bug just stung her, then flicks her wrist and hands the scrap of metal back to its owner. The crowd scatters in no time, and everyone drifts back to their own bunks. It's at this moment that Discord notices those impossibly smooth fingertips peeking out from lavish, ruffled floral cuffs. First rule, you must remain in either your standard uniform or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. But that dress clearly doesn't fit into either category. I am Discord. Thank you. Her palm feels as cold as an early winter spring, biting and sharp. The absence of warmth unsettles her just enough to make her uneasy. Ugh, God, that got me. A piercing whistle echoes through the corridor. No further instructions are needed. The children move in lockstep, like precision-built machines carrying out the same routine. That gave me like flashbacks to fire drills in school and how the alarm would just be so loud coming out of nowhere. Jackets off, neatly folded, tucked into the wardrobe. A tap on the integrated forearm terminal of their undershirts. Bedding unfurled, they lie down. Every sound they make is perfectly synchronized, without a single moment out of place. Bedtime already, huh? When she snaps out of it, she realizes it's just her and Eleanor left standing in the room. Thanks for the head pats, Cole. She reaches for the zipper on her training suit, only to feel a cold hand gripping hers. Shh. She gestures for Discord to wait just a moment. A chorus of crisp clicks echoes through the dim dormitory. The children, nestled under their blankets, carry out their last bedtime ritual, pressing one wrist against the metal bed frame, then snapping the orange band into place with a swift flick. What appears to be a sturdy frame instantly folds in on itself, taking the shape of a handcuff. Come on, your bed's right here next to mine. Discord's gut feeling says that maiden suits the poised figure in front of her. She can't even recall which club she picked that word up from. Eleanor guides her to the far corner of the room. To her surprise, there's a tiny vent window set into the wall. Ever think about how a restraint strap could double as a musical instrument? I don't understand. Kind of like a pipe you can blow a tune through, or a little string that hums the moment you pluck it. It's a straightforward thought, though a bit out there. Eleanor offers a gentle smile and carries on. Just like this. With her delicate, pale fingertip, she raises the small orange piece, letting it settle near the slim metal rim of the nightstand. Eleanor reaches out her other hand, laying it gently over one end of the restraint. It's all about the right amount of force. She flicks her fingertip ever so slightly, sending the slender band vibrating against the metal surface and eliciting a soft, strangely captivating chime. Her inhale is so soft, it's as though she's afraid to disturb the music. Shall I go on? This piece happens to be one of my favorites. She repeats the motion, and the clear, delicate notes permeate the hush around them, wrapping the narrow gap between the beds in a gentle melody. Third, you must strap your wrists to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night. Ultimately, we've all grown past the point where a tale like this could scare us. In the darkness, Discord picks up the soft sound of rustling. Children, their instincts molded by obedience, twisting under the covers in a push and pull of yearning and rebellion. Yes, so many once bright hopes have been subdued and turned into fear. In a heartbeat, that passage comes to a close. Would you like to try? I don't understand. No worries. Take your time. Observing the anxious child fasten the restraint to the bed's headboard, the girl gently directs her hand to rest at the first notes of the performance. An unsettling noise echoes out. Thanks to the instrument's small size, it isn't quite as jarring. See? It's so easy to make it sing. Discord notices Eleanor struggling to hold back her laughter, but in the end, she just lets it burst out. A life of hardship has sharpened her senses, allowing her to pick up on even the faintest trace of malice. Yet to her ears, there's not a hint of ridicule in that laugh. It's the only warmth in this otherwise frigid dorm. For reasons she can't quite explain, Discord suddenly recalls the cafeteria's towering mound of hot mashed potatoes smothered in gravy. I guess it's even cozier than a belly full of mashed potatoes. But now, it feels off. Doesn't have the same ring to it. She blushes, feeling a bit self-conscious. And how about you play backup for me next time? Alright, I'll give it a shot. The silver-haired girl before her seems like a bird cloaked in a sheer veil, reaching out to her through the endless gray hush. Eleanor gently takes her hand and strums the slender, warm-hued instrument again. Honestly, no matter how I play it, the sound stays so flat. It's nowhere near pleasing to the ear. But in Discord's memory, the melody is tender and soothing, almost like a lullaby. Before long, soft snores drift through the room. Silken strands of moonlight filter in through the round vents, leaving a fractured lunar glow across the wooden planks. So this is Eleanor. Is she the one who later became Eleanor Sinclair? The heiress to Los Prados? Yes. After her adoptive parents passed away in an accident, she was then taken in by her adoptive father's sister, Monzano. She's been missing ever since. It seems certain that she and Monzano meet their end in Los Prados during the height of the outbreak. Who would have guessed that little blue-haired girl has such a heartbreaking past? That phony look the woman can't stand just creeps back onto his face. How can this institution possibly allow a candidate who breaks the rules to do whatever they please? Collins abruptly changes the subject. It's connected to our training program. Knowledge can be taught or even erased, but only conditioned responses stay branded deep within the nerves. We don't contaminate those specially chosen minds with indoctrination. Instead, we keep each candidate's body in working order through the obedience trials and mandatory fitness drills. The body is nothing but a vessel for the mind. Such cold-bloodedness. I like it. I don't recall asking for your running commentary. This protracted account casts her as the keeper of the past, if only for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the woman reclaims her lost majesty. Hey, there's no need to get worked up. I'm still dying to know how this story concludes. Progress on the death row inmate experiment crawls along at a snail's pace. These so-called mad scientists think they can skip straight to uploading, merging, or even transferring memory. Pure fantasy, if you ask me. That's why the old man gave the go-ahead for us to use these candidates directly in wetware construct trials when the moment is right. Project Winter wound up taking that same misguided detour, didn't it? Humans never learn from their mistakes. Speaking of which, our people recently swung by Fort Winter for the first time in ages, pressing that stubborn old relic Godwin to shift his research toward military constructs as soon as possible. Even though you've faced countless setbacks, all your hard work is finally paying off, right when humanity needs it most. It won't be long before none of this has anything to do with me. Don't be so pessimistic. Now, where were we? Eleanor? That girl stands out as the strongest candidate by every standard. We hold dance classes to improve their physical coordination. They don't need to grasp chords or notes. They just need to follow the melody and match their movements accordingly. Before long, we realized that after just one session, Eleanor can recreate the music on her own portable device. Finch Frank's IQ scale, B7 behavioral recognition template, existence quantification cognition. In every test, Eleanor outperforms all the other candidates. Oh, I see how it is. That poor girl who's about to have her brain cut open first. She's pretty unfortunate, isn't she? If she wants to doll herself up or do something outrageous, well, let her knock herself out. He pays no mind to her exaggerated eye roll, firing back with a deadpan jab. But the experiment the old man is counting on never happens. Still not finished? I'm about to run out of space in my report. Oh, right. What was that tune Eleanor played for the blue-haired kid? I had no idea you could still find the time for something so idle. A very classic choice. Nothing special about it. Franz Liszt. Tannhauser Overture. Okay, let me see if I can find a thing showing how long this next stage is. Because if it's too long, I'm just gonna end it here. But I'd like to go one more stage if I can. Okay, I don't think it's too long. So yeah, I'll do one more, and then we'll end stream. Market garden. Culture dish, experimental sample, and microbiota are all indispensable. The Vanguard unit now works outside the military direct command, carrying out reconnaissance in Old Los Prados. Centered on the city, Our most recent missions confirm the spread of punishing contamination across the surrounding desert. The holographic map glosses over the city's ruins, but that glaring crimson hue refuses to go unnoticed. The skirmishes on the front lines continue, but that isn't our concern. Our priority is to enhance the prototype construct's internal shielding. We're deploying them into a high-intensity combat zone to run live tests and gather critical data. Old Los Prados, overrun by corrupted from day one and devoid of human survivors, serves as the ultimate proving ground. The image freezes on a magnified view of the inner city ruins. Is this a homecoming of sorts? Returning to a place once known? She regards the city's spectral outline with a keen fascination. Wagering your life against the unseen punishing virus has got to be a bigger thrill than a simple card game, don't you think? Manzano seizes the moment, igniting the passion of everyone gathered around her. When did you ever get this generous with me, Aunt? You practically handed me the perfect chance to get ahead. Be sure you don't get so caught up in the fun that you lose sight of the mission. It still needs to be finished, so collect all the data you can. Time to put this painstakingly crafted frame through its paces. Let's find out how far it can really go. The madam moves closer, her voice hushed to a whisper as she addresses Lilith. Please, don't worry. I'm every bit as intrigued by this question as you are. She appears completely unfazed by Manzano's looming presence, going so far as to offer her a confident smile in return. Oh, right. Could you look after the Grey Mako fire team as well? Manzano shifts her gaze to the constructs stationed in the far corner of the deck. Their leader snaps to attention and salutes without hesitation. Grey Mako. 3 on the roster, but only 2 have made it. Mako 1, reporting it in to Sergeant Eleanor. That's a pretty formal title, huh? I'm still getting used to all these military courtesies. Oh, right. Where's our last teammate? Give me a status update. Her shock flickers away in an instant, and she quickly straightens into the posture of a commander. This is also part of your mission, covering the missing teammate. On a previous scout mission, Mako 3 never managed to board the evacuation transport. From the faint signals we've picked up, he's still out there somewhere in the city. Without a trace of feeling, the construct soldier recounts what might have befallen their ally. For them, this mission might as well be a homecoming. With that, the madam hands Lilith the final intel she needs. All the prototype construct candidates were volunteers, former residents of Los Prados, each one stepping forward of their own free will. What about Kethart? I don't see that so-called honorary citizen volunteering to lead Earth's counter-strike. All that pompous talk is begging for a sarcastic retort. He's a key figure in the council. Choose your words carefully and show some respect. I get it. Everyone fights their own battles in the end. Every time she talks to Madam, she slips right back into that poised, commanding grace. The construct leader stands there in an unsettling hush, his helmet bristling with sensors, hiding his features from view. This concludes our pre-battle briefing. Good luck. Let's move out. A silent sliding door at the rear of the deck opens, revealing the last elevator that leads directly to the hangar. Still, whatever the rules of engagement may be, I'm prepared to face them. She offers a bow, just as she always does. Get down, behind you! The downpour's interference throws off our sensors, leaving the leader, fully engaged in combat, oblivious to the danger closing in behind him. He tries to swing his gun around, but the corrupted surge is too close for him to react. An umbrella? A swirling mass of purple and black flares up in the tight space between them. Is that really all you've got? In a sudden flare, the moon umbrella snaps open, intercepting a deadly strike aimed straight at the leader. Get down! The leader hurls himself flat against the ground in a split second. Petals and ribs clamp shut in unison, forcing a surge of compressed air to blast out through the tiny vents at the umbrella's tip. The corrupted staggers, but quickly finds its balance, launching yet another fierce assault on Lilith. That unsettling crimson light only flickers for a moment before going dark. The umbrella's tip strikes the sensor with surgical precision, carving out tiny shards of glass. What's it like to be taken down by your own carelessness? She lowers her moon umbrella, gazing at the corrupted's lifeless husk on the ground, a smug smile tugging at her lips. Thank you. The leader, just barely clinging to life a moment ago, struggles for breath. But if it happens again, don't expect me to be so merciful. Understand? Left side! Last target! At last, the team leader's instincts kick in, razor sharp. Automatic fire erupts in staccato bursts. Dark copper casings spin through the rain, carving a brilliant arc in the gloom. Fatal error, self. Nickel-plated, semi-armor piercing high-explosive rounds shred the mechanical ghoul's spine. Its twisted metal frame slams into the mud with a resounding crash, so heavy it briefly eclipses even the deafening roar of the downpour. All hostiles have been taken down. Hold your position and remain on high alert. That's more like it. This is my dear aunt's precious masterpiece. If a pack of deranged robots wreck it, there's no way I can explain myself when I get back. The fire team ignores the sarcastic remark, pouring all their focus into the screens of their handheld terminals. It's Mako 3's identification beacon. We're getting close. Factoring out terrain interference and punishing virus distortion, they can pinpoint the signal's source into the abandoned mall at their 9 o'clock. He looks uneasy, as though something's off. His reaction makes perfect sense. It's one thing to have a theory, but the battlefield itself is always far harsher. Although the built-in shielding system doesn't rely on human mind beacons to stabilize mind like the Inver device, it still doesn't perform much better in high-intensity conditions. One system filters the punishing virus that slips into the frame. The other forms a protective bubble the virus can't penetrate. Neither can truly absorb it. A technological marvel yet to be achieved. Still, putting themselves at risk is precisely what missions like this are about. Keep your combat data recorder running at all times. Any data gathered under these circumstances is priceless. Keep moving on. She delivers her command with an icy finality. As they reach the area near the beacon, they find the rain has ceased. Lilith enters the cavernous main mall atrium, tilts her gaze skyward, and draws in a deep, measured breath. Yeah. She absently runs her tongue over her lips. She relies on her hypersensitive taste sensors far more than her sense of smell. The post-rain air is anything but clean, as the tang of iron and the stench of rot sweep in all at once. But it's not those trinkets that get her heart racing. She can practically taste the thickening aura of the punishing virus. I'm not here to babysit you. Just be smart. She seems to have forgotten her role as a mere stand-in sergeant, stepping briskly into the mall's depths without hesitation. With no alternative, the constructs press onward. Mako 2, proceed to the escalator. Beneath the dome that has long since crumbled, the only sound is the echo of construct boots splashing through puddles. In position, checking structural integrity. The two carefully examine the corroded metal framework, only to realize the female construct, brandishing umbrella as blade, has already made it to the second floor corridor. This instills them with the confidence they need. Take turns covering each other and move out under Sergeant Eleanor's lead. Understood. Heading to the second floor now. They place their feet on the last step with utmost caution. Then everything suddenly changes. No, that's not right. I'm not... Data corrupted. Attempting to reload. The virus has breached the limit. Fall back. Beginning memory upload. Upload in progress. A corrupted construct staggers in, clinging to a hazy shred of memory as an eerie, synthesized groan resonates from its throat. Identify yourself! No. Please, I'm begging you. No. Just... wait. I'm begging you. Don't shoot. No. Don't shoot! The wailing construct is completely unarmed and displays no hostile intent whatsoever. Stop right there! No, please, I'm begging you. Don't, no! He keeps staggering forward, his steps twisted and wrong. The squad leader shares a quick, tense glance with the others. Squad member 2 nods in confirmation, then pulls the trigger. A single semi-armor piercing high-explosive round pierces straight through the corrupted construct's forehead, putting an end to its agony. I am Lloyd. The corrupted construct rasps out its dying words, then crumples like a puppet with its strings cut. He's probably a straggler from another fire team, but there's no way to scan his ID beacon. Neither of them says a word. An indescribable horror has them rooted to the spot. In the end, the construct speaks the name of its missing comrade. Within the mall's deserted corridors, there's no sign of Sergeant Eleanor. Keep moving toward the source of the signal. Rounding the corner of a nearby shop, they come upon a far more horrifying sight. All trace of standard issue gear on the third member is gone, eaten away until nothing remains but bone. A tall, silver-haired woman stands there, her razor-sharp heel spearing the exposed skeleton to a jagged piece of rebar jutting from the floor. Sergeant Eleanor? What are you doing? At the sound, Lilith spins around, her eerie smile sending shivers deep through their deep minds. Don't you see? This place now has the highest level of punishing contamination. With fully automated customer guides and sale robots at every turn, shopping malls have become even more perfect hotbeds for its spread than entertainment venues. Connection establishing. Error. The battered remains underfoot still manage a feeble moan. Sergeant Eleanor, our orders are to retrieve Mako 3. When he's done speaking, he presses the release catch on the gun's side, slides in a fresh magazine, then yanks back the bolt to ready his weapon. That's our teammate! Undeterred by their strained jamming system, the two edge closer to Lilith. After all, they still have a mission to finish. Oh? You still don't get it, do you? Moments ago, you used your own hands to kill your comrade, the third member of the Grey Mako. Or, to be precise, you erased his backup memory. And what I'm standing on is him too. I doubt Aunt ever expected her plan to work this quickly. Impossible. Recall has never. In unison, they drop their weapons, each one echoing the other's cry of astonishment. Naturally, they recall the vow Madame Manzano gave on the day their bodies were first altered. A memory can be moved at will. And bodies, if you want to make more, there's no limit to how many you can churn out. The moment the jammer goes down, the memories are sent straight to the central hub, ready to be installed in fresh frames. This is the method Madame Manzano has set her heart on, a way to create the perfect soldier that stands apart from both the military and Corona. They've never put much stock in that kind of talk, yet here they are, staring at a living, breathing example. Too bad, isn't it? We're still nowhere near a real breakthrough. You saw it yourselves, right? His memory hasn't returned to Babylonia. It just jumped through a hardware interface into another construct body that had already shut down. And only part of his data made the trip. But these petty details are so dull. Think living a long time automatically makes you strong? By that logic, horseshoe crabs, which have been around for 200 million years before the virus ever hit, would be Earth's true overlords, don't you think? The female construct remains lost in her whispered delirium, as though drifting into a faint, dreamlike haze. Sergeant Eleanor, remove the restraints. We need to reclaim Mako 3's remains. He can't make sense of what's unfolding, but that voice is begging all the same. Were you calling for me? Oh, don't be so impatient. You've already completed your mission objective. We're deploying them into a high-intensity combat zone to run live tests and gather critical data. In the blink of an eye, the construct soldier's built-in alarm blares to life. Warning, internal shielding is at the critical threshold of its filtration cycle. Evacuate immediately. Warning, internal... Sergeant Eleanor, we have to move, now. The soldier beside the leader suddenly unleashes a shrill, agonized scream. The unprocessed punishing virus surges from the dialysis apparatus, flooding the last fragments of sanity the two can cling to. A torrent of data, impossible for their minds to grasp, quickly engulfs their mind. Back up my... The leader's memory shell doesn't even finish processing that final thought before he collapses with a thud. His teammate fights on, desperate and trembling. No! Stay out of my head! It hurts! It hurts so much! The poised efficiency from moments ago vanishes, leaving the construct huddled on the filthy floor. I don't understand. You're... He turns as though he's speaking to someone who isn't there, but his disjointed whispers soon fade away. Suddenly, his sensor flares red. The corrupted construct snaps upright, stiff as a puppet on display. You worthless junk! We only just got you plugged in and already you... pathetic shit who never learned to value their chance! She furrows her brow on instinct, her tone laced with regret and scorn. Die! With barely a thought, she flicks out two card-shaped, high-carbon steel throwing knives. One cuts through the corrupted construct's processor. The other seals the former leader's fate, ending him where he lies. All right. Let's find out exactly how far your blind luck has carried you. She drops her eyes to the broken remains beneath her, then taps into the target's mind. In the ravaged mall, jagged walls and rubble seem to stretch endlessly downward. Lilith plunges into a realm where reality itself bends beyond comprehension. Shapes she can still make out melt away one after another. She practically senses the punishing virus ripping through every nerve in her mind. That's it. Keep going. Don't stop now. She beckons the virus closer, inviting it in. Just as she anticipates, a dark red mesh surges forward, carving the machine's agony into hundreds of uniform squares. At the boundary of her sight, a crimson tide gathers and solidifies, ultimately coalescing into a figure she recognizes. We meet again. I have to admit, you really outdid yourself this time. Very few have the power to tap into the Ascension Network all by themselves. Are you hoping I'll fail, sir? Fueled by her exhilaration, she boldly flaunts her triumph. My power comes from the network. Who's chosen lies beyond my control. The Ascension Network isn't some array of sharpened blades. It's a finely woven seed. Of course, it never shows mercy to those who are too fragile. He states the rules with measured calm. So, those few just now, they all gave up halfway? That's correct. For someone like you, capable of lasting in such a high-intensity environment, the Ascension Network offers an invitation. But whether you can claim its blessings depends on your conviction and strength. Turns out this is the accidental breakthrough Ant achieved using fragmented data from Project Winter. In her eyes, evolution is all about harnessing an internal shield and transferring one's memory, fully warding off the punishing virus. A flawed start and a misguided path can still somehow knock upon the right door. She gives a soft laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. Take another moment to reflect. You've arrived too soon, and you haven't truly stepped beyond that threshold. His expression never wavers as he pronounces his judgment. Not satisfied with our last match in the Ascension Network? Don't worry, I'm fully prepared to entertain your new rules. A subtle hint of annoyance settles on her brow. Take it easy. Perhaps Monzano's been piling on too many missions. It's easy for people to slip into new ways of thinking without even noticing. For now, I'll trust that you're not the sort who prides his raw power over true insight. Force is merely the baseline that ensures a fair fight. I know this all too well. Sir, perhaps you should speak more plainly. You haven't spent nearly enough time under the Ascension Network's influence, and this is just the beginning. Completely opening oneself to this pain is the only path leading to the filtering. You were the one who once set your sights on the throne, and now the plague's very origin lies in your grasp. Think it over. The key to that door. I've already handed it to you. Use it wisely. That silhouette dissolves, drifts away, and finally disappears into the depths of twisting space. The wave of euphoria gradually settles, and the thrill drains away. The pain, once fractured into cubes, melts away, and her body finally feels as though it's reclaiming its true form in the real world. A cold shopping mall corridor comes back into focus in her visual feed. Open myself completely. She lingers on that thought for a moment, then rises onto her toes. Echo 419 to Grey Mako. Requesting your pickup coordinates. Over. A transmission crackles through the comms. Gray Mako here. Sergeant Eleanor reporting. Mission clock reads 3:56. Coordinates... North 36 degrees, 9 in... What's the metric beyond degrees? Minutes, okay. Coordinates. Oh, what's this? What's on my hand? Oh! Ah, my chair! Parts of it are coming off on my hand. Ugh. Uh-oh. Well, I know not to put my hand down there anymore. Okay. Mission clock reads 3:56. Coordinates N 36 degrees, 9 minutes. W 115 degrees, 3 minutes. All other Grey Mako personnel are KIA. We've recovered the operation data. Over. Copy that. Moving to the rendezvous point for pickup. Echo 419 out. Lilith steps over to the two fallen constructs, calmly extracting the data chips embedded above their spines. She casts a sly glance at the third husk, impaled by a steel rod, then turns and makes her way toward the ladder. Petri dishes, test samples, microbial cultures. Each one is absolutely vital. And she already has everything she needs to set the filter into motion. My dearest aunt, this time, I am making the first move. Driven by a craving to warp every norm, the player is about to leap headlong into the decadent cage they've built for themselves. Alright, since it's almost 4 a.m., we're going to end here. Alright, thank you all for coming, and thanks once again to Atelier Kieran for the raid, one of my good friends among streamers. And I plan to stream the next half of this hopefully tomorrow night. I might have something to do tomorrow night, but as long as it doesn't go too late, I'll probably just start streaming afterwards. But if it does go too late, I'll just push it to Tuesday. Either way, in the next 2 days, I plan on finishing this chapter. Let's see. I think we'll go raid... Kolaharu. It looks like he's playing... maybe Dead by Daylight? So, I guess as a warning, just be aware that it's kind of a horror-adjacent game. Oh no, that's not Dead by Daylight. That's Elden Ring Night Rain. Wow. I completely got that wrong. Okay, no. He's playing Elden Ring Night Rain. So... yes, thank you for coming. Thanks everyone for sticking around for so long. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!